Welcome to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the shepherd of Black Sheep. Hello to Dee and Bethany in the live chat already. How are you both? Now, Bethany said not the best, but hopefully for Dee, it's going better for you. Tonight, we got a Nancy Guthrie video to go over that Brian Entin did. And then I haven't paid attention to this as much, but there were 911 calls that Magnolia made, and we can go over them too. And according to my poll that I did on YouTube, not many people were too interested in going over the Taylor drama. So perhaps we will not go over that. Let's see what her name is again. I always forget her name. Taylor Frankie Paul. So we won't go over that because apparently there's not as much interest in that. Right. That's your friend, though, I was saying. We're talking about you. Hello there, Ruby. Rooster, how are you? Songbits, how are you? Danielle, welcome. And everyone can send some good vibes to Bethany's friend that's in the hospital. She mentioned it to me. I didn't realize she was struggling because of it, though. And she's older, too, so good vibes for them. Good vibes for your friend, Bethany. Hello there, Daily. Welcome. Donna, how are you? Yeah, it's Bethany's friend, Donna. She's 90 years old, so it could be a very dangerous situation for her. But hopefully, the best possible outcome occurs. Phil Bradley, neither late nor early, just on time. Song Bits again, welcome. So like I said, we're going to go over this Brian Entin video. Then there's some Magnolia 911 calls. This channel called Plunder True Crime. They've gone over a lot of things, and I'm not sure what to make of it, honestly. The whole thing seems weird, and I'll tell you this. I'll be pretty annoyed at Magnolia if she's fabricating some of this stuff. I'd be pretty annoyed with her if that's what's going on. I don't think it is yet, but there's so many things that are making people suspicious. It's like it's weird to me that you can have a felony assault charge and then just leave the area without having charges being filed, without there being a warrant. Like, something doesn't seem right about that, right? I mean, it's a felony. So I don't know what to make of that. Corey, welcome. Yeah, that could be, Rooster. Well, Justin, we have not seen you in chat, so I haven't been able to tell. But we're glad you're back. And congratulations on 2 weeks sober. Hello there, Kat and Teresa. How are you? While you stroll on in here, please remember to like the video, Likes, of course, get Hootie snacks from my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl here. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Trying to start a little earlier, as you can tell, closer to 10 p.m. than 11. And say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Hello there, Lisa. Welcome. And as always, super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member gives you access to the members-only live streams. I'm thinking Wednesday night will be a members-only live stream Wednesday night. Also, I go live almost every night, a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern, to talk about true crime and current events. I use my unique experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, narcissistic family systems, and my autistic spectrum superpowers as well to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. So, blessed, welcome. Nate Dogg, Music and Me, Nate Dogg. So let's hop right in here to this first Brian Entin video, see what they have to say for themselves. Montana, welcome.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Really appreciate all the support. It is day 58 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. This is Nancy's house right here behind me. Obviously, it's a lot quieter out here than when I was here a couple of weeks ago. I just flew back into Arizona, flew into Phoenix last night, drove here to Tucson. A couple of things that I want to work on here this week related to the Nancy Guthrie case, which I'll have more on later this week. But in this episode, I'm really focusing on the back side of the house, especially in light of what Savannah said about the back doors being propped open. I'm going to take you behind the house. I went with former Pima County SWAT Commander Bob Kger back there. And just discussed, what may have happened here now that some of these new details are coming out about the doors being propped open. It's so interesting to be back here, by the way. I was home for a couple of weeks, but it's still so weird to think about what happened here and that it's still unsolved. So I'm going to get into all of it in this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. All right. Hey, guys. So again, I'm back in Arizona. I'm outside Tucson. I'm actually very close to Nancy Guthrie's house right now. I'm on the opposite side. Normally, you guys would see me where I just was in the front of the house, but I'm actually behind her house right now. Nancy's house is actually right back behind all these trees and cactuses. Just you can't see it because there's so much brush, but it's right on the other side. And I'm really going to focus in this episode really on the back side of her house and her backyard and the doors on the backside, because it's something we didn't really dig that much into until Savannah Guthrie did her interview with the Today Show and said that the back doors were propped open. And again, it was doors, plural. We put our drone up this morning to get a closer look at the backside of the house because I had never really seen specifically what kind of doors they were. And I wanted to get a close look. I always just assumed that it was sliding glass doors back there. I don't know why. I just assumed she had sliding glass doors. That is actually not the case. And when you look at the drone video, you can see they are just regular doors on the back side of the house. There's two that are like, one is underneath the overhang. There's one kind of to the side of the patio area. So there's two right there. And then there's one over near the garage door. So from what I could see with our drone, there were a total of 3 doors on the back side of the house. One seemed like it was connected to the garage, though. 2 that were connected to the house. And what was interesting, again, they're not sliding glass doors. There are windows on the doors that I could see, kind of like pane glass windows on the top. And again, it was Savannah who said that doors, plural, were propped open when Savannah's sister Annie and her brother-in-law Tommaso arrived.
So, Kat, I don't know who CC is or Josh.
At the house. Before I get into more on this, let me replay for you exactly what Savannah said so you can hear it if you missed it.
We thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, you know, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open, you know, and that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back, but her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things.
So that was what Savannah said. And obviously her saying that the back doors were propped open opens up a lot of possibilities here, leads to a lot of possible theories. Did the abductor or abductors come in through the back doors and then go out through the front? And you're going to see in this episode, I'm about to take you with Bob Kger again, who is the former SWAT commander for Pima County. We go to the backyard area of Nancy's. And I mean, you can just, and you're about to see it in detail, but I mean, the thought of them really traveling through this area, or especially going through this area behind the house with Nancy, is kind of hard to imagine because there's so many thorns, there's so many cactuses, there's so many rocks. If it was nighttime, the fact that she couldn't even walk to the mailbox some days, Savannah said, it's hard to imagine her being able to walk through this back area, or even them being able to carry her through this back area. But again, I mean, so did they go in through the back of the house and then come out through the front of the house? We don't know, but there's a lot of interesting theories to talk about. So let me play for you my...
Mindy Mouse, thank you for becoming a member, Mindy Mouse. Wednesday night will be a members-only live stream. So anyone who becomes a member, it supports the channel and gives you access to those members-only live streams. Brian here is talking about just the fact that the doors were propped open, according to Savannah Guthrie. Does that mean something? Maybe. I don't know. There's so many things that seem weird about the entire thing, but let's see what Brian and his guests say.
Full interview as we kind of walk around the house with Bob Kger. Again, he was he was with the sheriff's office here in Pima County for almost 3 decades. He was the SWAT commander. He pretty much done it all at the sheriff's office. So he's always a really, really great resource. He met me out here today to kind of go through some of this. And I want to play that for you. Thank you for meeting up with us, Bob.
No problem.
So we're at a neighbor's house. If you'll just kind of lead the way.
Sure.
I just want to see how close we can get and show people, you know, people don't really understand the terrain back behind Nancy's house.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Apparently this is now rattlesnake.
Yeah, they're starting to come out.
Watch out for rattlesnakes. Woody from Toy Stories would say there's a snake in my boots. Now, do you think there's clues that they missed back here somehow? Could they have gone this way? Or do you think, no, they just went in the car and then gone? So what do you think, chat? Do you think they went through the desert at all? Or nah, straight to a car? So 1, if you think they went through the desert. 2, nah, straight to the car.
A little early for them, and you'll see there's pathways that a lot of neighbors put up. This is usually just common area, common ground, but we're back here and you can't even see her house necessarily. There's just so much brush in the trees, and we're probably 100 feet from it or so. Let's see, my guess is.
So do people generally come back here, like in these neighborhoods?
No, it would be very rare. You see some of they might have little pathways, but it would be more unlikely for, you know, just a person to walk back here, whether they live here or trying to get through the neighborhood, just because it's really difficult. And I am watching out for snakes as we're going.
So the snakes, are we at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, and it's because we hit triple digits earlier here than we normally do. They've been a lot more active. So they might start waking up around now too.
Have you seen any have you seen any this season yet?
I haven't yet, but I've seen a lot of pictures.
Yeah. And do they, I mean, again, I'm from Florida. So
yeah.
Do they bite people regularly? I mean,
you have to really try to get bitten. Even if you almost step on them, they don't want to bite you because they don't want to waste their venom. I worked in a unit that we lived in the desert for almost 5 years, and we'd run into them all the time, and no one ever got bit.
So do you think there's a possibility that the suspect or suspects came, be careful of this cactus, guys.
Yeah.
Came through this back way?
It's possible, but I don't really think so, because you see, like, unless you know exactly where you're coming and going, you already kind of you've probably already lost your sense of direction.
I have.
In just a few seconds back here. So, you know, you use things like telephone poles and things like that. But really these open areas just butt up to the backs of houses. So if anyone's ever back here, you're gonna get a lot of dogs alerting, and you're gonna have to really probably shoot through someone's yard. So it's not like a lot of normal, like back east area.
So that's interesting to note. If anyone came through the back, there's probably going to be dogs barking and things going on to alert the area. Interesting. Kind of makes me think that's probably not how they came up, even though the back doors were propped open. Could be more likely they went around the house from the front to go through the back door. And again, I think they might have tried to take Nancy out the back door. Why would you do it that way? Because you would think there's more of a chance you get caught going out the front door, right? So you'd want to go out the back door. But for whatever reason, it just didn't seem to work for them, so they went out the front door. Either that or they planted blood at the front door to make you think they went out the front door. But I don't think it was planted. I think it was just from Nancy.
Areas where you have alleyways, and it's kind of common.
Yeah.
So
No one would normally come back
no,
here.
not at all. So I'm trying to remember exactly. She's got a brick house. I think that actually might be right there.
No, that's not it. Yeah, see, even you're confused. It is
Yeah,
confused.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's this way. I think we should follow the poles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because when I was looking at the drone, we're actually not as close as it feels.
Okay.
Do people ever, I mean, when you were working at the sheriff's office, did you ever respond to calls in spots like that? Do people hide in areas like this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You say, you know, if someone was, they were trying to burglarize the house and deputies showed up, they would get out here, and this is where we typically find they'd come in there like this and try and hide, hunker down underneath the trees, whatever it might be, trying to work a dog or something like that. But this is very common for that. And you'll see, and this is what a lot of homeowners do. They'll just come back here and kind of throw some stuff up and, you know, try and turn it into a walkway or something. Who knows?
Hopefully we're not. Maybe. Yeah, I think it might be back this way. Do you think?
I'm going to pull up my map real quick.
Yeah. Although I don't want to go in anyone's backyard.
Yeah. None of the good thing is, like, none of this is backyard.
So this is all public?
Yeah, it's a utility easement. So we can pretty much go anywhere we want. Let me pull up the map real quick.
I hear some voices.
So this would also show you that if someone used it back here, they would have had to come out a couple of times. They would have had to be real familiar with wherever they parked to get through here, to get back to wherever they parked.
Yep.
And the streets like that we're on now, again, not easy to get out of the neighborhood. So just a little more.
So I think we're actually. Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So
this is her. Right here.
Yep. So let's see.
That's like right there, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. This actually, I think, might be. Oh yeah. This is the house that CBS was using.
Okay.
So now I know exactly where we are.
Does your gut tell you that one of the suspects would have come back through the back way, like through here?
No, I really don't think so. At night, even if you're really familiar with the area, it's going to be tough to traverse, even though it's not real thick. Even though it was a fairly moonlit night, it's tough. You know, you have to know where to park at. You're probably going across someone else's property to get to an area like this that's open. Then you have to get to Nancy's house. Ultimately, if you take her, bring her out the back, and there's no way they're bringing her back this way. You know, so if they got there that way, they clearly had to go out to the front.
Yeah, because we know the back doors were propped open, according to Savannah. Is there any way you think they could have brought Nancy out this back way? It seems kind of impossible.
No. Is it possible? Yes. Highly improbable. Just based on her size and the weight and carrying someone, getting over walls. Just, you saw
Cactuses everywhere.
Yeah, you saw difficult was just for us to walk through her by ourselves. Imagine trying to carry someone either by yourself or with the help of somebody. it's not easy. And so I don't think the back way would be practical at all. And it's not going to be quick, and it's going to be loud.
Yeah.
You're going to get more attention at 1 o'clock in the morning in an area like this than you are walking up to someone's front door.
When people have dogs here,
Sure.
and I'm sure that, you know, they're not used to people being back
Yep.
here. So
Especially at that time of night.
Yeah.
So you're going to get all the dogs in the neighborhood barking, kind of going off and things like that.
Did you hear there was the dogs at this house nearby, and the owners were telling me that around the time that Nancy disappeared, the dogs wanted to go outside.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this?
I have not.
And they were looking in the direction of Nancy's house.
Yeah.
And they never wake up in the middle of the night.
It would make sense. My dogs, you know, if someone walks, I live in a very similar neighborhood, kind of geographically like this. And if someone's walking or even in the area, they do the same thing. So, you know, because it's usually very quiet. So the littlest thing on a lot of dogs, they're going to alert to it, you know, and we've used that, you know, officers use that. If you're chasing someone through an area like this, you stop and you listen. If the dogs over there are barking, I'm going that way because that's probably where the people are going. So it would make sense. Very quiet, very established for a Tucson neighborhood. It's probably the oldest ones, you know, built in the 60s or 70s. So with that, you get a lot of the brush that you see. You know, you go to a newer neighborhood, the cookie cutters, you just don't get this type of vegetation that's had years and years to grow. And, you know, you see it's a lot of houses offset from the road fairly well. And tough to see the road or see what's going on, and that's why people move here. It's a
really
little more
nice
private.
neighborhood.
It is. It's gorgeous.
It's beautiful. You know,
you get into established ones like this. That's kind of why I chose my neighborhood. Very similar to this. You know, larger lots. You know, you get that privacy that you're looking for, but then you also run into the privacy issue that you've run into with the case. You know.
The reason
a lot
people
of stuff
love it have made it harder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. They've got cameras, but like the cameras at this house right here, they're not going to see us right now. We got too much brush in the way.
Savannah has now said that, you know, the back doors were propped open.
I don't really think the desert played much of a role in this. I just don't think they're going to mess around back there. It's too cluttered, too easy to get lost, make a mistake, leave clues. Nah, they went out the street from a car is what I think. And from my question earlier, that's what most people think too.
And when her sister and brother-in-law arrived, the doors were open in the back. What does that mean to you? What does that piece of the puzzle mean to you? You
know, probably the way they got in, if not out as well. My hunch is they probably went out the front door because of the blood that was found out there. You know, unless that happened right away and she happened to open the front door for them. But if they were propped open, obviously that was left for a reason. Quick in and quick out, whichever one it was.
Yeah, she used the word propped open. I guess I was just, why, if you were the bad guys, why would you leave the doors open?
Depending on what your plan was, for me, it's a quick way in and a quick way out. Just one less thing you have to think about, opening the door. You don't want it closing behind you and maybe automatically locking and you not know how to unlock it to get out. It's a time thing. You want to plan your ingress and egress, and that's a way of doing it. And then that way too, you know exactly where you're going. You don't kind of get lost in the house. You know, you kind of see and remember where that open door is.
Do you think that they brought Nancy out the front and that's why we saw the blood there?
I think so. My hunch, my theory is that's probably what happened. It's unfortunate, but I bet if you polled this neighborhood, 75, 80% of them have an open door most nights. Whether they forget to lock it or, you know, like a lot of us, they leave it unlocked because it's not that big a deal. And we feel safe in our homes, especially if you've lived in a house for 40 or 50 years. You know, that is your castle and that is your ultimate safe feeling point. And so you just never know when something like this is going to happen. And it kind of makes you reevaluate, you know, just the overall safety and security of everything.
Savannah's saying that that her mom was in her pajamas and didn't have shoes on. What did that mean to you?
That's someone who's going to bed or at 1 o'clock in the morning was in bed. You know, she wasn't expecting visitors or guests and wasn't expecting on going anywhere. So, you know, I was asleep and I was awoken by this for whatever reason it was. And I think most of us would have been in that situation. I don't put shoes on if there's a knock at my door. You just kind of go and check what's going on.
I wonder if they carried her out because, I mean, you know, it's not the kind of area you would walk without shoes.
No, absolutely. You know, I don't think they would be too concerned about what her feet were like on the way out. But at the same time, again, my theory, my hunch is she was probably carried out. They'd probably.
I would think so too. Do you think she was carried out, chat? That's what I think.
We restrained her inside some way, and as they left, they just carried her. You know, it could be a one-person job. It's easier with two of you, but 150 pounds or so, from what I've been hearing, is about what she weighs. Dead weight's not easy to carry. If you've never tried to do it before, most people, you can't just throw someone over your shoulder. But if you have a partner, you can't. Once you get it up there, then it's relatively easy. So, even with shoes, you come out the front door, you're just walking over some rocks at that point. It's not more of the desert terrain that, we've seen some of today already.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how hard it is to carry a body. I didn't until someone kind of explained it to me. Like, no, it's awkward. It's
even dragging that amount of weight. If you don't know what you're doing or how to do it, you're probably going to hurt yourself, and it's going to be like 2 inches at a time. It's not an easy task. There's a science behind it, and once you know, that's relatively easy. So again, things that you can find on, like everything else, YouTube or the internet somewhere. How do I carry someone? How do I, get them off the ground easily? It's all body mechanics. It's easy once you know how to do it, but if you don't, which 99% of the population doesn't, like you said, it's not easy.
What else did you take away from Savannah's interview? I mean, do you think it's going to help?
Yeah, I do think it's going to help. The biggest help I think it's going to be is that it's keeping it current. It's keeping the people around in the neighborhood, nationwide, worldwide, with their eyes a little more focused on it. And again, I think that sooner or later someone's going to see something, hear something, remember something that maybe I guarantee there's people in Tucson who still don't know this is going on, just because there's folks who don't watch TV, don't follow it, and they're like, oh my God, that reminds me of that woman I saw 2 months ago. And then they call.
Can you believe that? I mean, I think anyone who is anyone almost in America knows this is going on. Is it possible some people in Tucson don't know what's going on? Sure. But I would say the vast majority knows. Now, Mexico, that would be a different story. Brian Entin went down there, remember? And he was asking them, do you know who Nancy Guthrie is? And almost all of them were saying, who? No, we don't know her.
Call it in. So that's how it's going to help. I keep saying, I hope someone has the compassion for the family to just say, at least, hey, this is what happened. This is what's going on. So they get what they need. But at the same time, the likelihood of that happening probably is minimal. But as long as folks like you and Savannah can keep it in the collective consciousness a little bit, it's going to help.
And, I've been gone for a couple of weeks now. What's the mood like here? I mean, are people still talking about it? How would you describe it?
It's definitely slowing down. Internally at the Sheriff's Department and the FBI, I haven't talked to those folks too much recently, but I know they're still working it. Locally, you're not seeing it as much, but it's still out there. Instead of being the lead story on the news, it might be 3 or 4, snippets in, but it's not an everyday thing. But if something happens, if comments are made or there's something that's going to help the case, affect it some way, then it's definitely going to shoot right back to the top. It definitely hasn't been forgotten. And I don't think, with as much, light that's been shining, I don't think it's ever going to just disappear until something does happen.
Do you still have faith that it'll be solved?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely do. And I keep saying this. As a retired law enforcement, it's going to be solved. It might not be solved for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but
this guy's retired law enforcement. I think his name is Bob Kger. Is that what he said his name was before?
Will be solved. There's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, so time just keeps ticking. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later. So whoever did it can get the justice, the family can get the justice that they deserve, and we'll go from there.
Anything else, Bob, you think is important?
Just it's keeping it out there, and also remembering that, this is unique because of who Savannah is, and there's other folks who are going through this, and I'm sure that there are families who are sitting there thinking, how come my family doesn't get this? And, I can say as much as I can say that I do know that the Sheriff's Department does give that same amount of effort to everybody. This is such a unique type of case where someone has disappeared in this manner for this long with this little information. But they have worked cases like this where weeks and months later, they find people, they find them across the country or elsewhere. So, don't think that the normal person isn't getting the same type of police work, because they really are. This is just getting the attention because of, you know, who Savannah is and who her family is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really appreciate Bob for taking the time to talk with me. I've only been gone a couple of weeks, but it is kind of weird being
Cool backdrop there with the cacti, hey? Is it cactus or cacti? What's the plural of cactus?
back out here in Arizona. Just kind of saying hi to all the neighbors again, kind of reconnecting with everybody, talking to my sources. I've got a couple of things that I'm going to work on this week out here that I've been planning. So I'll have more for you on that later. It was interesting seeing the backside of Nancy's house like that. Just because, again, unless you're here and you see the neighborhood and you know the terrain, you don't realize how rugged it is. And just being from Florida, again, I mean, I'm used to like swamps and gators, but the whole rattlesnake thing here, and there's just everything has thorns, it seems like. And they really do take the rattlesnake seriously, by the way. I mean, several people have warned me, like, hey, you got to be careful. The rattlesnakes, a couple of the neighbors have already seen them out in the last couple of days. I guess this is the time of year where they really start coming out. So that's serious too. And that also goes back to, by the way, you guys remember I interviewed the handler of the search dogs. This was a couple of weeks ago, but the conditions here for like canines and for search animals and for police canines it can be really intense. I mean, they get thorns in their paws. They have to wear booties, which is another reason. Just it's rugged terrain to search. It's really, really rugged, even in the neighborhood,
So as I suspected, cacti is the plural of cactus. Not cactuses, but cacti.
Nancy's neighborhood like this. So hopefully you guys got a good visual of that from this episode. So I'll keep you guys posted. Again, there's a bunch of stuff I'm working on. I'm going to be here all week. I appreciate you guys for watching. Got here late last night, by the way. I actually flew into Phoenix and then drove here to Tucson just because there's more direct flights to Phoenix. So it's kind of late night. It actually rained last night, which is totally clear today. But everyone was making kind of a big deal of the rain. I think the rain was closer to Phoenix, though. But anyway, I'll keep you guys posted. Hopefully, I'll be able to dig some stuff up this week. And appreciate you guys for checking out the channel.
All right, make sure you check out Brian Entin's work. Support his channel. Like my video, too, while you're here, please. Likes help me get some Hootie snacks for Shadow the Night Owl. Leave your DNA in the like button. Subscribe to the channel while you're here, too. But before I go on to the next thing here, Gavin Fish talking about the 911 calls or plunder. I've never gone over plunder before. What would you like to say? Gavin Fish or plunder? So why does one video have so many fewer views than the other? It's confusing. Hello there, butterfly. I guess we'll start with, this one has so many more views, so we'll check this one out first.
Okay, guys, I'm praying in Jesus this sounds so much better than that last video. I felt badly all day because of that video. Here I go, switching hands again. I'm going to stop it. Just keep.
So this is Plunder True Crime. Go check out her channel. This looks like fixed audio. JLR investigates 3/17/26 court transcript. I don't know if this is going to include the 911 calls. I guess the next video will. But this is from his court date, March 17th. So probably the reason why he left Arizona for this court date.
It in my left hand. Okay. Sorry for screwing up that video yesterday, the audio. I hope this sounds a lot better. I'm trying to fix it, and I will put that video at the end of this video, which hopefully will sound better. So you guys who didn't get a chance to watch it because it was so muffled, hopefully it's better now. I'm still learning, but in front of this, I want to read you guys this transcript. The great people of Garland, County in Arkansas sent it to me. So kind. Have I told you again how much I love Hot Springs, Arkansas? I want to get into this Jamie Phillips versus Jonathan Riches. So this is what happened actually on St. Patty's Day, March 17th, their first hearing. It might have been the first time, I'm thinking, Jamie, also known as Magnolia, it might have been the first time after the alleged Christmas Day horrible attack that Jamie was in the same courtroom with Jonathan Lee Riches, better known now as JLR Investigates. They sent me the 2-page transcript. They do not release the court audio. That's what I was trying to get. I wanted to hear their voices and imagine. I can't imagine, Jamie, the way she must have felt facing a man she says was her attacker. So I want to go over it real quickly, and then I'll let you watch that video I put up. YouTube doesn't let us replace audio, so I'll leave the old one up, and hopefully I can just plop the one where the audio sounds better. I hope at the end of this, for those of you who didn't get a chance to watch it, it was all about history.
So for a review of what we're going over here, Magnolia, who is Jamie Phillips, has accused JLR of domestic violence. And now these are just allegations. There was a court date, March 17th. We're going over that in this video here. There's a future court date in April as well. JLR, though, they said there was probable cause for arrest and there could be felony assault charges, but he wasn't arrested. And he wasn't charged yet. No charges. Charges pending. So that's just so weird to me. Like, why would you let someone go if you're Washington State? It just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know all the details of the case. And of course, innocent until proven guilty.
Lawsuits, everything. So first, let's read these 2 pages. In the Circuit Court of Garland County, Arkansas, Jamie Phillips versus Jonathan Riches. This is the big domestic case, this case that is causing so much controversy. So the proceedings, it's very brief. I heard the hearing was only about 10 minutes or less. So the court, it says, basically the judge, they are saying Jamie Phillips versus Jonathan Riches, 26 DR 2651 Division 2. Counsel is present with petitioner and counsel is present with respondent. Jamie, of course, is the petitioner. Jonathan Riches is the respondent, like we spoke about in the last video. That was his response thus far to all these allegations of mistreatment, allegations of a horrible Christmas time event out in Washington State. Now, I don't quite know for sure if this was the first time they saw each other since Christmas Day, because there are other interesting events I've uncovered for February 1st, maybe before then. So some brouhaha might have gone down in the interim. But I applaud Jamie for being able to show up in a courtroom. I can't imagine. Imagine you date a guy for 3 years. According to Jamie, he's mistreated her. All these bad things have happened. Everything kind of explodes.
Well, what are the full facts everyone's referring to? Like court transcripts? Like what else? What else are you referring to that we didn't go over already?
On Christmas Day, JLR beats it out of there, beats those charges for now. I'm thinking about Jay-Z, his line, somehow I beat those charges like Rocky. Will JLR be charged with assault? Or, we heard on the dispatch, threats to kill, all this stuff. Both lawyers were present with each person, Magnolia and JLR. All right, would you like to read your agreement into the record? So they're just reading their agreement between the two of them through their attorneys, this no contact order they both agreed to. But there's an issue of a car and there's an issue of some kind of property they're going to talk about. So the lawyer says, yes, Your Honor, based upon the order of protection, clients have agreed to a 3-year, find my notes here, Your Honor. I apologize. That's literally what it says. To a 3-year no contact order against both parties.
So FOIA is Freedom of Information Act, Bella?
We will be asking for a car back for the parties to dispose of their personal property, which will be taken, which will be held through attorneys, Your Honor. Now, they don't go into any details. I mean, obviously, the car they were
Or better yet, so I wouldn't even have to listen to her. How do you pay for FOIA records? I eventually want to do all this myself at a point.
talking about, that Jeep Compass out in Washington State, we know that was a rental. That was a rental. They were going to return to SeaTac, but I don't know if they actually returned it. It was a Hertz car. Is that the car that JLR took off with? And was he driving through the Dakotas, when he was 100 miles away in the middle of nowhere, as it said on the dispatch? And it doesn't quite detail which attorney is speaking. Is it JLR's car? We don't get a make, model, any kind of description. Is it JLR's car? And did Magnolia have her property in his car, personal property, which it says for the parties to dispose of their personal property? Did someone leave their stuff in a car and they wanted to destroy it? Whatever. So the court says, okay. Counsel says, I think that's about it. And then the judge says, okay, I'm continuing this to April 21st. And
ironically, I think this is what JLR does himself, right? He gets some of these records to report on people. And he gets all this is what he talked about in that documentary on Dietz, right? This is what he would do. He would get all possible information possible that was gettable by law, right?
just make sure you have that done before that date so that you don't have to appear. So who wouldn't have to appear? That's kind of weird. I wonder. Sometimes I know the parties don't have to appear. Sometimes the lawyers, based on certain cases, they're able to hash it out, themselves. We don't get many details. Of course, we know the April 21st date was the next date. But imagine coming into town, both of them. Well, I'm assuming Jamie lives in Arkansas somewhere, but imagine coming into town for a basically 2-minute hearing, probably lasting only a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm continuing this to April 21st, and then just make sure you have that done before that date so that you don't have to appear. Yes, Your Honor. One of the counsel says, it doesn't say which lawyer. The judge says, all right, you may be excused. And counsel says, thank you, Your Honor. I was expecting that hearing to be pretty short, but I didn't know it would be that short.
Kamala Harris sucks. That's what JLR said. And the judge are probably like, Mr. Richards or Mr. Richards, what's his last name? We're familiar with you in the courtroom.
And as this case unfurls, oh my goodness, people are finding out stuff. I see other creators talking about JLR's ex-wife. I was able to look her up. Naomi Leatherman was her name before she married Jonathan Lee Riches in late 2012. According to the Unionville Times, it was a short marriage. I didn't even know he was ever married, with both parties seeking protection from abuse orders against each other by January 2013, alleging the other was dangerous. So they got married, I guess, in late 2012, and already by January 2013, they were ready to, leave the marriage, calling each other dangerous, seeking protection from abuse orders against each other. So, wow, we'll probably learn more about that. I did notice when I was looking for Naomi Riches, I saw she has a bunch of lawsuits, not as many as Jonathan, but she has lawsuits, for example, filed against Beyonce and other people. I'll throw it up on the screen. These people that Naomi has sued as well. Stay tuned. I plan to give you so much more about this case because it's obviously growing legs. More people will probably pick it up beyond the New York Post. I'm sure mainstream media is just waiting potentially for that next April 21st hearing to see what comes of that, as more evidence comes out. Before I let you listen to what I hope is better audio, I will read Isaiah 60:20. Your sun will never set again, and your moon will wane no more. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of sorrow will end. Well, I thought about that verse, maybe giving Magnolia hope for any woman who's been through, or man who's been through an abusive time, a hard time, and knowing things will get better. Bravery, truth helps. Whatever the truth is, we still don't know what that truth is, but coming out and telling your story, being brave, facing the person. Jamie says she feared for her life. So facing him in court had to be daunting. She claims there was threats, ongoing threats, don't disclose this, don't come out. We still don't know all the truth. I get it. I get it. But we are learning more. So again, I hope this sounds better. I've been Geminiing it and chat GPTing it and on the treadmill 3 miles today. I was up at 3 a.m. I don't want to be up till 3 a.m. tonight. So I want to get this edited, get it up. What's to follow is what I put up last night, or rather this morning at 3 a.m. I was so angry that the audio was muffled. So I try and boost it, but obviously I boosted it too loud and did some other machinations that didn't work out. So I hope this sounds so much clearer. Please forgive me. And hopefully you can watch it all and hear it better with the dispatch and everything. So stay tuned. If you want this transcript, I'll put it on Patreon for you guys to read yourself. And again, more stuff will be coming out as I get more of my public records requests coming in. It's like kind of telling a story, but I'm looking at what I have so far like,
Well, there, Shorty, what we're watching is the court transcripts from JLR's court date in Arkansas, March 17th. We can also play 911 calls, but depending on what creator you watch, there's a different tone. So I was on an ICTMail video today, and it seems like his comment sections are much more pro JLR, and they're all saying Magnolia is just a Looney Tune. And so that's the vibe that's there. Other places, though, it's not that. So that's what's going on. We're just trying to examine, get as many facts as possible, have all the information possible.
What happened February 1st? Why is this here? When I'm asking Gemini and Chat GPT, what does this mean? And so stay tuned. As soon as I get some audio files and things that I'm expecting with this case, then you will know more about what I'm talking about. Okay, watch all of this. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, let me know. Hopefully this sounds better. What's coming up hopefully will sound better than the previous version of it. And I'll just try and get better and better and better. Thank you for always watching. Take care.
29, she has injury to her nose. We're also going to be sending aid.
Can you also add threats to kill for the ACL?
Lawsuits, lawsuits, lawsuits. Will JLR Investigate start suing YouTubers talking about him covering his most recent true crime case allegations? I doubt it.
Verify she's alone and boyfriend's not there.
Correct. Last time she talked to him, he said that he was about 100 miles away, but not sure where that is. They're not from around here.
Jonathan Lee Riches sued his mother, his father, and a lot of other people, but now he's in the hot seat. He's a defendant.
Are you still on the phone with the RP?
No.
Plunder.
Can you verify the number in the call is the RP's phone number?
No, it was her boyfriend's. He left it behind, but I did verify what the number was.
Audio.
Receive. We're not getting any answer at the building nor answer on the phone.
Received. I will triple check and try and call back.
JLR Investigates has some mounting legal troubles, and he has responded. I just realized, really, today, he has responded, even though I've been covering this case for days. I've been researching it for days. And how else would he respond? Legally, of course. Has he made a public statement somewhere? Well, only through his lawyer, basically, by this motion we'll read.
K29 tried to call back that number again for me. There was no answer. But I verified that is the number that it called from, and that's what was plotting on the 911 map as well.
Received. Thank you. We're trying all the different ranks at this point.
939.
I've watched plenty of coverage about Jonathan Lee Riches.
I mean, JLR, he doesn't believe anything in particular. He was at one time a Muslim for Hillary, and then he was a Jew for Trump. So like he doesn't believe a thing for real. He's just chasing money and clout is what it seems like. Here he is on the "Don't Tread on Me" and Trump thing.
He's a notoriously litigious true crime YouTuber. I'm telling you, this case has thrown me for a loop. It's had me all in my feels this weekend, just researching and waiting. I want to always bring you stuff that no other person can bring you.
By the way, if you go back to my first video I did about this situation, if you go to a little bit after the 3-hour mark, that's where we started going over that Dietz documentary. If you want to really learn about what's going on in the past with JLR, watch that, or go directly to Dietz channel and watch that. It is mind-boggling what you would find. I had no idea it was that deep and that wild, but it is.
But any other YouTuber who might be worried, I've noticed some of them say, oh no, he's gonna sue you if you cover this case. Well, you don't have to worry about Jonathan Lee Riches suing you as long as you're reporting the truth. That's because this man, who has had the nerve to sue his own mother and father and many other people, in fact, I'll probably scroll all of his lawsuits on the screen as I'm talking. He has a limit. He has a limit on his legal filings. He can't just sue people willy-nilly, crazy stuff like he used to.
2025 Jeep Compass 7 2026 to Hertz vehicle.
Can you also add threats to kill for the ATL?
But there is one new case that he will probably really be paying attention to, and he's already responded to. We will get to his response in here and a lot about his background. I've learned so much more than I knew. But this case 26DR 2651, Jamie T. Phillips versus Jonathan L. Riches.
So this is Plunder True Crime we're watching. I don't know how new she is, but she's already got a lot of subscribers. It's like 500 and something videos. Her channel is called Plunder True Crime. And she explores the FOIA records, Freedom of Information Act records. And that's how she found this. The court transcripts from March 17th.
Out of Garland County in Hot Springs, Arkansas. I love Hot Springs, let me tell you. That's the one that might take him down. Hot Springs water. This water is 120 degrees, about approximately so hot that it...
Well, she has 500 and something videos, so I thought it wasn't that long because I have thousands.
kills the parasites. Water you can actually drink. This is amazing. Let's talk about it all. His history, his mom, his dad, his ex-girlfriend, what she has to say, how all of this brouhaha could lead to this popular YouTuber losing it all.
Female transport to the hospital, someone 31 earned round. 2922, continue to the scene and see if you can get a statement from the RP.
I test drove your mom last night.
Copy, that's under.
Now, if you search Pacer like I just did for the name Jonathan Lee Riches, I wonder if I should have left out the Lee. I probably would have found more. You will find so many tax filings, lawsuits that just wasted the time of the court, the judge, taxpayer resources, more than 3,600 filings alone. If I find more, I'll scroll those on the screen too. However, it's showing that his most recent lawsuit he filed was August 3rd, 2021, according to Pacer. Now, there are more recent filings from a so-called attorney, Jonathan Riches, but I assume maybe that's a real attorney and not Jonathan Lee Riches, the YouTuber. Yes, there is a real attorney named Jonathan Riches, and he's with the Goldwater Institute. He's a different guy. I had to make sure because Jonathan Lee Riches, oh my goodness, his legal stuff is bananas. So indeed, the most recent lawsuit filed by Jonathan Lee Riches was August 3rd, 2021, according to Pacer, nearly 5 years ago. Jonathan Lee Riches, also known as JLR Investigates on YouTube. Okay, he's not completely banned, technically, from the legal system altogether, but he is one of the most heavily restricted litigants in U.S. history because of all these lawsuits. He's filed thousands of frivolous lawsuits, bizarre lawsuits. Just wait till we talk about his history with his parents. He's targeted everyone from Kim Kardashian, Donald Trump, the planet Pluto. I saw Thanksgiving, the Guinness Book of World Records. Because he's done all this and in his past caused so much trouble, courts they've implemented things to kind of block him from, lawsuit after lawsuit when he was in prison mostly. There's 69 pages worth of lawsuits. I just screenshot all of them on Pacer. I couldn't even put all of them on Facebook. It's like 137 screenshots just to see the title. So this is how he's restricted from suing. For those YouTubers I've seen, I've watched so many perspectives on this, on his recent, domestic violence case against him, these allegations. Again, everyone's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We're going to talk about his ex-girlfriend. We'll talk about him, his history, his parents. But for now, don't worry about being sued, seriously. They have a 3 strikes rule under this U.S. code where JLR is basically barred from filing federal lawsuits without paying the filing fee. A lot of times I saw through there, he didn't pay the filing fee. It can be several $100s. He had so many just dismissed.
So he has to pay the federal filing fee. That's for one, so it's much more difficult for him to do this now. I also heard he needs permission depending on the state.
This is malicious, this is frivolous. So he has to pay the filing fee in full, several $100s. I'm sure he can afford it, of course. He has to pay it up front for every new case unless he can prove somehow he's in imminent danger of serious physical injury. However, serious physical injury is what his ex-girlfriend is alleging he caused her on Christmas Day, 2025. Also, all around the country, multiple states, federal, state, district courts have labeled JLR a vexatious litigant. Just annoying, They have this permanent pre-filing injunction against him in these specific jurisdictions. That means he can't file anything new without the judge giving him permission, or in some cases, the court clerk is authorized to just automatically reject any documents JLR submits if they don't meet strict legal criteria. And then he had his mail screened. Okay, in 2010, a federal court in Kentucky went even a step further, and they enjoined Riches. That means urging him, trying to stop him from using legal or special mail to send frivolous, fraudulent documents. This order even allowed prison officials, while he was still incarcerated, to screen and return any mail of his that had, no basis in the law or fact. But that was years ago, right? It was something many of us thought, okay, that's in the past. He's paid his debt to society. He's turned over a new leaf.
And that's what we heard a lot of, right? Turned over a new leaf, paid his debt. Everyone has a past. Are you perfect? And that was kind of my thinking there for a while, too. My thinking was, well, as long as he's not doing something currently, I will be skeptical. But hey, if he's not breaking the law now and doing whatever, okay. But that's also because I didn't know about the past either. I didn't know how, you don't do the kinds of things he did if you are well as a person. The things he was doing just reek of a personality disorder. That's not a diagnosis, but that is what it smelled like. And I'm not diagnosing him, but it was wild. And anyone who watched that documentary with us, they would agree, I'm pretty sure. You would think antisocial, narcissistic, histrionic even. It was a wild.
He talks about God. We thought he changed, but he continues to appear in court records. So as recently as this year, 2026, he's in hot water again. You might remember the video I did about Barry Morphew. JLR's name came up. He appeared again in the court documents. I have the unredacted one, Colorado, sent out at first. over on Patreon. We're showing JLR, he's streaming Barry Morphew's court hearing, messed it up for all of us, basically. All of us who wanted to watch Barry Morphew's hearings. The court was very explicit. The judge specifically said no one can live stream this. So, those of us play by the rules. A lot of people who wanted to live stream it didn't. They played by the rules. JLR kept live streaming it, and as such, we got that taken away. So every time Barry Morphew appears in court, we can't watch it publicly on WebEx or anything. So let's talk about JLR versus his mom and dad. Now, while he's filed all these, thousands of lawsuits, it's a trip to me that his litigation against his own family members, oftentimes his mother, is pretty troubling. He blamed his mom, and I guess his dad too, for his legal troubles. Now, follow me. We're going to talk about this history with his mom and dad and how they got in trouble and all the case and everything, and how, to me, it plays into his most current 2026 troubles. I mean, this man is so confusing. I went through and redacted, of course, personal information. JLR has written a book on Amazon, I saw. It even starts off with confusion about when he was born. Was it December 27th? That date is pretty clear, but the year is off. It's either 76 or 77, depending on where you look. You'll find a lot of inconsistencies with him. The court paperwork actually says it's 1976. I don't know, his book is saying 77. If it is 76, that's important. That means he's turning 50 this year, a pivotal age. Maybe it really will be that jumping off point for change. You know how they say there's no fool like an old fool? We should learn to do better. And I'm wondering, will this be the linchpin?
Remember, when it comes to personality disorders, there is no cure for personality disorders. All you can do is manage them. So if someone has BPD, you can go to DBT, but that's a management of it, right? Now, some people claim to be cured, but I would say it's probably more managing it is probably what's going on. Now, especially with narcissism and antisocial, and especially when you have that impaired empathy, and, there probably can be some borderlines with impaired empathy too, by the way, but there is no cure for that. The most you can do is cognitively learn, what cognitive empathy is. But that's not the same. It's not the same as truly feeling it. It's better than nothing, I guess. But usually what happens is people with personality disorders, they weaponize cognitive empathy. And don't mistake their sixth sense at honing in on people's weaknesses and vulnerabilities as empathy. That is not that. That's them being more like a predator and trying to figure out what they can use against you. That is different.
For change. Let's talk about this case with his mother. Talk about confusion. Okay, first I thought it was Jonathan Lee Riches versus Carolyn Riches. I thought that was his mom's name, but turns out he likes to use a lot of aliases, and that's why it's so confusing. It's hard to learn unless you really, really dig what's the truth. So his mom's name is technically Donna Riches. His dad's name is Timothy Riches. Okay, so based on official Department of Justice records and this 2003 indictment I found, his mom's name is actually Donna Riches, not Carolyn. Now, the name Carolyn frequently appears because JLR has filed several lawsuits against a Carolyn Riches. We learned, he filed a lawsuit against his own mom. And I was like, how could he? So I started looking into that. I learned the details. He often identified Carolyn Riches as his mother or sister or an aunt in different filings. However, because JLR is this documented, vexatious litigant known for filing thousands of fraudulent, nonsensical lawsuits, his own lawsuits are not reliable sources of fact. So the fact is, Donna Riches is his biological mom, a co-defendant in this 2003 federal fraud case, and his dad, Timothy Riches, is also a co-defendant in that same case. Let's talk about the 2003 fraud case, the family business, as it were. I found, the origins of JLR's criminal history. It was some sophisticated phishing scam and identity theft ring. JLR and his associates, they used these spam emails to trick AOL users into giving up credit card info. Back then especially, people were very gullible and not knowledgeable about being online. You know, it's like it wasn't the way it is now. We're learning more. I mean, 2003, I have to set it in my mind where we were digitally. 2005 is when I published my first blog post online on Blogger. You know, before that, 2003, I don't even know if Blogger was around. 2001, I remember the blogger Deuce. She was around. She knew HTML and she knew how to.
So one of his first things was trying to get people's credit card information, I guess, to use it, right, for fraud. Brilliant.
Code her own website. And, you know, I was just learning about online publishing. So back then, JLR and his associates used this Texas driver's license template to create these fake IDs, dump stolen credit card balances into new accounts. So Timothy and Donna Riches, they were supposedly not the masterminds of this, but they were charged with conspiracy to launder money. The indictment says they helped Jonathan hide or move the proceeds of the fraud, which is pretty sad. I want to get the actual indictment itself. So 2003, that was like 20 years ago. That's when he was what, around 30. So JLR was sentenced to 125 months. That's more than 10 years in federal prison. And that decade-long stint is where he began his career of filing thousands of handwritten lawsuits from his cell. I was like, wow, did he need attention? Like, why would he do this? It's like, to me, it's too bad he didn't use the time to, you know, whatever, write something else, write an entire book while you're in there. I don't know, you know, just do something more productive. So this lawsuit, JLR versus his parents. There's this case in Eastern District, Pennsylvania. His parents were essentially his accomplices in 2003, but his relationship with them obviously soured while he was behind bars. Jonathan sued his own parents and claiming all these different reasons. He's like, oh, they stole my identity to open these accounts. And they're like, that's an ironic claim, giving his conviction of stealing others' accounts, you know, identity. Property claims. He alleged they sold his belongings while he was in prison and they kept the money. Did they do that? I don't know. Bizarre allegations in some of these more creative filings against his own family. He claimed they were working for the New World Order and that they had evicted him from the womb without proper notice. Oh my God, can you imagine if your son did this? Okay, the result, like most of these frivolous 4,000 lawsuits, it was dismissed as frivolous and malicious under this Prison Litigation Reform Act. So I found more info. 3 men who pleaded guilty to credit card fraud gleaned consumer information through an email spam operation run by a Dallas teenager. Now, who was the teenager? I don't know who the teenager was because, they haven't named him, but obviously JLR wasn't a teenager back then. It's kind of hard to find the actual paperwork. So this teen created spam, junk email, computer program that generated thousands of messages purporting to be from AOL, America Online, asking for all this confidential info. That's what the Assistant U.S. Attorney Nancy Herrera said. The teenager then relayed that.
So someone want to check into Cat Lady's claims. All charges are dropped. If she's lying about that, she will be blocked.
Information to Jason Michael Carpenter, 20, of Houston, who pleaded guilty to fraud, along with Michael Scott Pesky, 27, of New York, and Bernard Duzinski, 43, of Port Richey, Florida. Okay, so now this is how JLR plays in. So that Jason Michael Carpenter,
So Cat Lady, if you're going to say that, you need to bring a source. Where did you hear that? You better be right.
20-year-old of Houston, Carpenter, he says he sent the information gathered by spam to John.
No, as the chat knows, there's one thing I can't stand is when people come in here and they say, this happened, and they don't provide a source. They don't tell me where they found it. It's like, dude, I can't believe every random thing someone in the chat says. So if you're going to say it, you have to tell me where you got it from. Who said it? Was it a newspaper? Was it a YouTuber? What was it?
Jonathan Riches of Holiday, Florida, who along with Stephanie Costley Doyle of the same city pleaded guilty the previous year to participating in the scheme. It says Riches used the information to order new credit cards, and Pesky and Duzinski provided him with fake driver's licenses in the credit cards' victims' names. The bogus licenses were made from a Texas license template sent by Carter, Herrera said. Okay, so here's part of the DOJ press release. U.S. Attorney Michael Shelby announced that an indictment was returned on Monday, March 24th, charging 5 persons with federal offenses arising from an alleged internet credit card fraud scheme. The 5 charged the carpenter, Jonathan Lee Riches, so he was 26 at this point. This announcement went out. Stephanie, she's 23, both of Holiday, Florida. They were charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and launder money. Wire fraud affecting a financial institution and fraud in connection with access devices. So back then,
So on a separate note, though, too, most people who commit domestic violence never get in trouble, by the way. So I wouldn't say that's like a good indicator of anything. It's more so maybe an indicator that justice does not work for abuse victims. I hear that all the time, but it's tough to convict. It's tough to convict, and I hear all sorts of horror stories about people that they're in terrible situations because the courts aren't helping them out. So yeah, that easily could happen. I don't know if it happened right now. That's different than it happening this second, but I'm looking for it. I can't see it.
26-year-old Jonathan Lee Riches, not only was he charged, but also Timothy Riches, 49, his dad, Donna Riches, then 50, both of Westchester, Pennsylvania. They were charged with conspiracy to launder money. I was trying to find out if his parents were still alive, because I've watched snippets of JLR. I don't watch it all the time. A lot of us YouTubers, we're too busy creating our own content. And if you're me, editing your own content and all this stuff to go, watch for hours and hours. But you get snippets over the years, I was like, are his parents still alive? If they are, they're both like around 73 years old this year. So the confusion stemmed on learning who the heck was JLR's mom. Was her name Donna or Carolyn? It stems from JLR's own erratic handwriting, his tendency to use aliases, just misidentify relatives, and all these pro se, he's his own attorney, filings. I guess he's not going pro se in this most recent case where his ex is alleging some pretty horrible things. We'll get there. I'm just building a basis, okay? So you'll see my thought process. So basically, if you're trying to find truth, this 2003 DOJ indictment identifying Donna as JLR's mom's name is the gold standard of accuracy. I mean, he filed so many lawsuits.
A good touch here by Plunder. These are all his lawsuits that he's filed in the background, I guess, right? So just on this part, and this is a scrolling screen, by the way. Riches versus Brady gun ban. Riches versus convicted child molesters. Riches versus Bank of America. Riches versus Wayne. Is that Bruce Wayne? Energy Partners. Oh, that's never the rest of it. Riches versus LexisNexis. Riches versus Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Riches versus Black History Month. Riches versus Winehouse. Amy Winehouse. Riches versus Lindsay Lohan. Riches versus Mike Tyson.
That, some of these case numbers, they grouped them all together into some big omnibus order due to the sheer volume of lawsuits by JLR. But this is what he says about his mother. This is what he's alleging. And remember, these are just allegations in JLR's findings, which, you can't trust at all. In anyone's court filings, their allegations are just allegations until proven in a court of law, we know. But JLR accused his mother of, quote, mental cruelty and child abuse, claiming she was responsible for him being in jail. So he included a lot of bizarre, nonsensical details, saying his parents were working with the federal agencies or celebrities to undermine him. And I was like, I gotta know more. I found out a little bit in this book. It's called Nothing is Written in Stone, a Jonathan Lee Riches companion. So it reads, from July 10th, 2008 through December 20th, 2008, I have received over 450 letters and phone calls from defendants requesting interviews and my side of the story. I'm assuming JLR wrote this during the time he was doing that 10-year stint. Maybe he should have stuck with just writing novels or something, instead of lawsuits. He's blaming all these defendants of these silly little stupid lawsuits that people have to defend themselves against him, but he's blaming the defendants for his troubles. He wrote, in each letter, defendants say that if I don't cooperate with them, they will write horrible negative articles about me to embarrass my character. FCI Williamsburg and the warden were sick of the defendants calling here every day and asking to speak to me, that they locked me up in solitary confinement, 24 hours a day lockdown for security reasons. We don't know if any of this is true. This is where I'm writing this suit without a typewriter. This is torture. So JLR is painting it as, okay, he's created all these frivolous lawsuits from prison. And then he's claiming the warden is sick of all these defendants calling and claiming they'll write horrible things about me, which I doubt is true. And so he's saying he's put down in lockdown 24/7 solitary confinement. I'm freezing cold, have no windows, get fed through a slot in the door like a dog, rats on my floor, anti-white graffiti on the walls, subjected to used, oversized clothing. I mean, really. I'm starving. I weigh only 119 pounds at 5 foot 10 inches. My ribs stick out. Now, that is really thin. Who knows if he got down that much. I do see through his writings in the past, though, I think he has had some kind of disordered eating issues going on, so I'm not making light of that at all. But I understand, like, 5'10", I mean, I'm around 5'10", so I can relate to, what's thin? Like, when I did competitions, the lowest I ever got as an adult was like 137, and I felt very, very thin, just thin. And this girl, Layla, on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, she's around 5'10", and she's only 100 pounds, and she has trouble with her eating patterns. But whether this is true or not, FCI Williamsburg shipping me on diesel therapy, I don't know what that is, and punishing me because of the defendant's conduct and defendant's relentless harassment of me and this facility. Defendants sent reporters to the front gates of FCI Williamsburg, camped out to try to speak to me. Defendants tried to call here posing as my sick mother. Now, he'll have more to say about his mom, but I don't know if he meant as my sick mother or as my sick mother, like she's sick, she's whatever. Or was he saying my mother who's not feeling well or going through something? I don't know. Defendants also called here saying my father died in a car accident, so the chaplain would put me on the phone. So he's like, wah, wah, wah. He was found guilty, convicted of all this spam, phishing fraud case, the impact, Lord knows what it had on all those victims, identity theft and all that. He's convicted. He gets 10 years. He's serving his 10 years. Does he dig into the Bible or pray to the Lord to really change his life? I'll do this 10-year bid and get out of here and, start a great business. That's what I thought had happened. I mean, I didn't know all this. I thought he had turned over a new leaf. Did he come out of there and say, I'm going to be a different person? Well, no, while he was doing his bid, he was writing up lawsuits. To what end? Anyway, the lawsuit against his mom was dismissed. He accused his mother of all these horrible things like mental cruelty, bizarre claims about his upbringing, genetic traits he inherited. So, of course, that lawsuit was dismissed. At that point, a judge noticed he's filed more than 370 lawsuits in less than 2 years, so they labeled him a serial filer. I hate the actions of people who use the cops or use the legal system, anything, to trying to get their own way if they're not really going for justice, if they're using it to try and get back at people. JLR's mom became the target of more lawsuits. He mentioned her frequently in multiple jurisdictions wherever he was incarcerated. If he was moved to a new facility, I guess he would sue her there. And he didn't just stop with his mom. He targeted his entire family tree. It says in various filings, riches versus riches. His parents, he's filed multiple lawsuits against his mom and dad, saying they failed to protect him or forced him into a life of crime. Now, that's not the way the indictment reads. The indictment talks about the scam, the phishing scam, and his parents knowingly, I guess, helped him just move the money. Did they ask him, where'd this money come from? I want to see the actual indictment because I want to know if his parents, did they know this was from a phishing scam, or were they like, oh, you've got money from working on the computer? Or I don't know. I want to know more. Riches versus the Riches family. He filed a broad lawsuit against.
Fran Dizzle, no one's jumping to conclusions here. They're just going over the FOIA records. That's not jumping to conclusions. She went over the court date from March 17th. That's all.
His extended family members, claiming they're part of some conspiracy involving the FBI and identity theft. And he even attempted to sue his ancestors and the concept of his own DNA, arguing his genetic makeup was a violation of his civil rights. So that's why JLR probably won't go suing any YouTubers anytime soon. Now, I want to read just a few passages from this book. The one called Nothing is Written in Stone, because we get a bit of his history where, he's complaining about all the defendants. He was claiming the defendants of all these lawsuits were trying to bribe him with money or free subscriptions to their magazines. Now FCI Williamsburg and the warden says they will not let me out of solitary confinement and told me to rot in hell as long as defendants keep calling and sending letters to the prison harassing me for an interview. I'm going to die here. I have no access to a phone or my personal property. Defendants have baby pictures and mugshots. So he went on to talk about that. But I found it interesting, him talking about his autobiography. He says, my name is Jonathan Lee Riches. He was born at 6:08 p.m. 2 days after Christmas, he claims, in 1977. However, these most recent court documents from his ex-girlfriend say 1976. I don't know. He says he was born at this Chester County Hospital in Westchester, Pennsylvania. I weighed 8 pounds, 7 ounces. My mother's name is Donna Riches. That's why I was like, wait a minute, what? I thought this lawsuit said your mom's name was Carolyn Riches. So I went on this little journey. So I guess it is true. Donna Riches is his mom. Timothy Riches is his dad. He says he has one younger sibling. Her name is Carrie Riches, and she is 2 years younger than me. I wonder, first of all, who's still alive in JLR's family? I wonder are they still in contact? Do they have a healthy relationship? I wonder, what they think of all these antics, his latest so-called successes, but we find out now maybe things aren't what we thought. I'm really praying about my discernment to increase after all of this I've learned. He says, I don't remember much of my life from the time I was born to the age of 5. When people say that, that is also a little worrying. If you don't remember a lot of your life from the first 5 years of your life, that concerns me. I'm always like, why? What happened?
That's interesting to me. I mean, how many people really remember a lot from 0 to 5 years old? I mean, or maybe that says something about me, according to Plunder. But I remember a little bit, but not very much. I mean, chat, do you all remember a lot from your birth to 5 years old? I think of all the things to criticize JLR for, that would not really be high on my list.
What went on? Was there something traumatic? Why are you blocking those memories? Because, the earliest memories, I think I remember my first birthday party. I remember being upset and crying. You start remembering these little things going.
I think that's abnormal to remember your first birthday party. What? I mean, you poll 100 people. How many people out of 100 are going to remember their first birthday party? Are you kidding me? And I think about 1 year old. That's interesting.
Off to nursery school or what have you. Anyway, he said, I know I lived in a small duplex home in Malvern, Pennsylvania during this time period. My father was a banker with the First National Bank of Westchester. My mother worked as a secretary at the Chester County Hospital. My grandparents on my mother's side would take care of my sister and I during the day while my parents were at work. My grandparents also lived in Malvern, Pennsylvania, in the country, and still live in the same house to this day. Both grandparents on my mother's side are still alive. Well, back then, whenever this was written. When was this book published? That was published in 2018. So I don't know. It says my grandparents also lived in Malvern, Pennsylvania in the country and still live in the same house to this day. Both grandparents on my mother's side are still alive. Their names are Eleanor and William Davison. I have plenty of uncles, aunts, and cousins on my mother's side of the family. Growing up, I would often spend time with my grandparents on my father's side of the family. Their names were Henrietta and Robert Riches. and they lived in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Both passed away within a year of each other when I was 4 years old. So I wonder if he remembers them at all. I have numerous uncles, aunts, and cousins.
Malvern, Pennsylvania is not too far from me, by the way. Maybe within an hour.
On my father's side of the family, though most of my childhood memories when I was very young were centered around being with my maternal grandparents. My grandparents showered me with love. So he's saying...
So by the way, as a review, this is Plunder True Crime. Check out her channel. She seems to be very thorough and does her homework, which is good. Please remember to like this video. Likes help me to pay for Hootie Snacks for Shadow the Night Owl here. He's the spirit animal / mascot of the channel. Say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat here. Great group of people. Encouraging, supportive, eccentric. I would have it no other way, by the way. Super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And channel memberships, great way to support the channel and gives you access to members-only live streams. I'm thinking Wednesday evening will be a members-only live stream. Now, the membership fairy named Johnny, remember Johnny in the chat, folks? He gifted about $500 worth of memberships maybe about a month ago now. So there was a lot of people there for that because he did that. But we'll see what this next one's like because the membership fairy has not been there. But I didn't mind him. I mean, I don't know what his deal was, but it was very real what he did. And by the way, usually I go live a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern, 5 or 6 nights a week to talk about true crime and current events. This here is just more about the background of JLR. I might skip to the 911 calls in a minute and then come back to this because I do want to hear them.
Okay, he was showered with love. I remember they had a black Labrador named Roscoe that I loved to play with. I believe I behaved normally like any other kid around that time. I don't remember playing with other kids at that time. So maybe like he seems kind of like a loner, you know, just like an aggressive, what do you call that when someone's wanting to succeed? You know what I mean? Ambitious. That's what I'm trying to think of. My mother's side of the family is Irish and English. My father's side was German. My father grew up Catholic. I remember attending Methodist church as a child. My grandparents were very religious and very active in the church community. I remember my grandparents would say prayer before every meal. I don't remember much of my actual home life up to the age of 5 because I spent most of my time at my grandparents' house while my parents were at work. Okay, well, I get that. Is he saying, okay, he doesn't remember much of his home life with his parents because he was over at his grandparents? I thought he was saying I don't remember much of the first 5 years of my life completely. When I was 5 years old, my parents bought a bigger home in Westchester, PA, located on 2 acres of woods in a very remote area. The house was 2 stories with 4 bedrooms and 2 baths.
I used to do political polling by Westchester, Pennsylvania, by the way. I marched through the Pennsylvania countryside.
Bathrooms. At 12 years of age, I began to change both physically and mentally. I was somewhat obese, overweight as a child, and occasionally got teased for it by my classmates and friends, so I began taking extreme measures to lose weight. I might have heard of this a little bit. I would starve myself by eating only 1 apple a day for almost a year. Now again, you have to take it with a grain of salt. I don't know what to believe here or not. I lost close to 100 pounds while going through puberty.
All right, so this is 41 minutes. I want to skip to the 911 calls.
Hi, hold on 1 second. Let me look.
Are you still there?
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What's the location?
Okay, it's All Seasons River Inn,
Is there?
and it's 8751 Icicle Road.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there a specific unit number?
It's the Shenandoah room.
Which one's that one?
Well, it's not a number. It's like a little Airbnb with a few different units, and mine is called the Shenandoah.
Okay.
You just go in the front door and then come up the stairs.
What's going on?
Well, I had a fight with my boyfriend last night, and he hurt me and left and took my phone. And I don't know where he is, so I'm stuck here.
What did he do?
What's that?
You said he hurt you? What did he do?
Yes, my nose. He hit me, and my nose is hurt.
Is it actively bleeding right now?
It was bleeding earlier. This happened last night, and then he left, and I went to bed. And now I don't know where he is.
And when I was watching this on Xmel's channel, in the comments, people were like, no, if you have a broken nose, you're going to the hospital that night. You're not going to sleep. Why did she wait till the next day? And so they're just trying to find every reason to discredit her. And I would say, you know what? Like, you don't know how you're going to act if you've been abused at the time. So I'm not a fan of people really like judging every little bit of it. Again, I'm not guaranteeing what she's saying is true. I do the old trust but verify, right? And I will be disappointed in her if it turns out it's fabricated in some way. But I give them the benefit of the doubt at first.
And he took my phone. So this is his phone that I'm calling you from. He has two phones, and this is his second phone.
Okay, well,
last year, so I'm calling you on that phone.
That's fine. Let me have someone contact you there. What is your name?
Jamie, Jaime.
Jamie, what's your last name?
Phillips, Phillips.
And what's your date of birth, Jamie?
11/1/76. I'm sorry for calling 911. I didn't know what to call.
This is perfect. This is what you needed to call. What is his name?
Well, I don't know anyone around here. Like, we live in Florida, so we're just here for Christmas. And so I don't have a car and I don't have a phone. All I know is I'm stuck here now against my will. Basically, this is kidnapping, if you ask me.
Jamie, let me get some more information from you, and I'll have someone contact you. What is his name?
His name?
Yeah.
Jonathan.
What's his last name?
Riches. His last name is Riches, Riches. Date of birth, 12/27/76.
And what kind?
So here's the reasoning why you can't say across the board people will do the same things, because people go into fight, flight, freeze, fawn, right? When someone's nervous system is unsettled, they go into one of those four: fight, flight, freeze, fawn. If you freeze, you probably do nothing. If you're a fighter, you might fight or be aggressive in some way. If you're a flighter, you get the heck out of there. What's the other one? Fawn is, you try to suck up and try to make it all better. You try to soothe, right? But depending on what your system is, you're going to maybe do something a little bit different. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn.
What kind of vehicle did he leave in?
He's in a white Jeep Compass, and I don't know the tag number because it's a rental car. We got it from Seattle Airport on Monday.
Any idea where he'd go?
What's that?
Any idea where he would go?
Well, I tried texting him and telling him to bring my phone back, and he said he started denying that he even took my phone at all. And then he said, I don't want your phone. I'm taking it to the sheriff's department. And I said, I need my phone. Bring my phone back. And he was like, well, you stole my phone. And I was like, no, you left your phone here. And anyway, so he started saying that he doesn't want my phone. I don't want your phone. And he was like, I'm 100 miles away from you now. I honestly don't know where he is. He said, I'm 100 miles away from you now.
Well, I will have someone contact you a little bit. Would you also like an ambulance to look at your nose?
What's that?
Would you like an ambulance, medical attention for your nose?
Yeah, I think I need to get it looked at.
Okay. We'll have someone contact you in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. If something changes, Jamie, if he shows back up, you need to call 911 immediately, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you go. You're welcome. Bye.
All right. Well, that was that.
I'm about to leave the state. So I'm going to let them know that and just other updates because I think they're trying to arrest my boyfriend.
Okay.
They're looking for him. The reason I called this morning is because he had texted my phone and he said, I'm in trouble. What did you do? That's what he said in the text. I didn't answer it though. I didn't even open it. The officer told me don't even open it.
Okay, and that's a new phone number?
Yeah, I had to get a new phone because my phone was stolen as part of the crime.
Can you also add threats to kill for the ATL? Female is transported to the hospital. Myself and 31 are en route.
Rivercom Dispatch, Carrie.
Hello. I manage the All Seasons River Inn here in Leavenworth, and yesterday there was a domestic disturbance situation, and the male that was involved reached out this morning trying to get in contact with the victim.
Okay.
So here's the thing, chap. I've been arrested before, right? So you get arrested, even if it's for a felony, like I've had a drug possession charge before. You get arrested, then released on your own recognizance, but you might not even get arrested first. But once you get your court date, I mean, you're free until you get the court date, but it has to be a serious enough crime for you to be held. What's a serious enough crime? Murder, maybe some child SA, and even then, not always, right? So look at Duggar, right? But other times, and then they'll just release the bond. The bond will be high. But there's a lot of other things, like usually non-violent things, less severe things, that you're out. You're out and you can do things, but you just have to come to your court date.
Plunder, true crime audio.
And we think that he's not supposed to have contact with the victim, or?
Correct. Yeah, the sheriff yesterday told me that if he comes by to call, and I figured, yeah.
Okay. And tell me your name again.
Tony Smith.
Okay. What's a good callback number for you, Tony?
Plunder, true crime audio.
Okay. Did he give any indication of where he was at?
He said that he had to leave early and he took her phone on accident. He had to go to Snoqualmie, but he's trying to get a hold of her. He didn't indicate if he was coming back or not.
Okay. All right. I'll give this information to the deputies and ask them to give you a phone call and see if they're still looking for him or what needs to happen, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
No.
Plunder, true crime audio.
So I don't know who Tony is. Does anyone know who Tony is, the person making this call? Is it someone in relation to JLR? Is it someone in relation to Magnolia? I don't know.
Americom Dispatch, this is Kayla.
Hey, Kayla. I was calling to report something and follow up on a something weird that happened yesterday at my hotel.
Okay. What's hotel?
It's called the All Seasons River Inn, in Leavenworth, Washington.
Is that 8751 Icicle Road?
Yes.
Okay. And did you report this already, or are you wanting to make a new report?
Well, the police came yesterday in regards to, I think maybe a domestic issue for one of our guests. And the officer said to call or alert if we heard from the male. And so I just wanted to report the man's name is Jonathan Riches, and he texted us and emailed us and called us to try and gain access to the room in the hotel. We didn't respond or anything. And he stated that he had to leave for the night, accidentally took his fiance's phone, and was trying to get a hold of her and contact her and get into the room or something like that. And I didn't know if we should or not, so I didn't. And just wanted to let you guys know that we were contacted by him and see if you guys had any recommendations.
Okay. And how do you spell the last name?
I think it's Riches, Riches.
Okay. And what was your name?
My name is Dean.
And what's a good contact phone number for you?
My personal is
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
And do you want contact there, or do you want a phone call?
Phone call would be great.
Okay.
And I think when the officers arrived yesterday.
So far there's Tony and Dean. I guess I'm trying to figure out what they're calling from and who they're associated with.
My innkeeper was there, and I'm the owner of the inn. So he let me know, and then I saw a bunch of messages come through, so I was just...
So he's the owner of an inn.
Letting you guys know, just in case.
Okay, yeah, let me have somebody call you. Sometimes when they call, it does come through as blocked or restricted, so try to answer that, okay?
Okay, thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Bye.
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
Rivercom Dispatch.
Hi, yes, I was calling to speak to a deputy about my case.
What's your case number?
It's 25C12789.
Okay. Hang on one second for me. So that deputy who is on your case, I think he'll be working on Monday. Can I transfer you to his voicemail?
Well, he actually texted me and told me to call this number to speak to a deputy that's on duty this weekend because he's off this weekend.
Okay. Can you confirm your phone number?
Because I wanted to share information.
Can you confirm your phone number?
Yeah, this number is...
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
Hold on.
Okay, I got your number right here. I'll have someone call you, okay? What's the address of the emergency?
Oh, hi. Yes, I was actually calling to speak with a deputy on my case.
Okay, let me give you the business.
What do you call 911? I mean, I guess you call 911 if you think you're in danger or something, but don't you think you'd call the police? I don't know. Maybe 911 is the police.
Fine phone number.
Did I dial the wrong number?
Rivercom Dispatch.
Hi, yes. I think I just got cut off a second ago. I was calling about speaking with the deputy.
Okay, what regarding?
It's my case number that's open from yesterday.
Do you have that case number?
Hold on, let me get the paper.
Or where was it at? Like what location?
Well, they were called to All Seasons Hotel in Leavenworth. So I have it here. Just a second. It's
Okay.
paper he gave me. It's 25C12789, and Kyle Talley is the deputy on my case, but he's off till Monday. So he told me to call back to this number and ask to speak to a deputy because there's other people that are aware of the case.
Yeah, it looks like I have a note in here for that. Did you end up getting a call?
When? I did talk to someone this morning.
Okay.
If that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Like around 11 or 12 maybe. Is that what it's from?
I'm seeing that one. Did you try to call just now, though?
Yeah, so they did call me earlier today, probably around 12 or so. But yeah, I haven't tried again until now. I was just calling back to update them on my status. I'm about to leave the state. So I'm going to let them know that and just other updates because I think they're trying to arrest my boyfriend.
Okay.
They're looking for him.
I reopen this call here. We're going to let the officer or the deputies know. They are a little tied up at the moment, but they'll have them call you when they're clear, okay?
Okay, yeah, it's not an emergency. I just wanted to let them know that I made it into the airport. I went through security, and I'm in the concourse for Alaska Airlines. So I don't think that there's any chance whatsoever that I could possibly run into him. Because his flight was over at Southwest, and Alaska is in its own thing. And so, but I still don't know his location or where he is or if he even came to the airport to get his flight. And I just wondered, like, if they're able to look and see if he's been picked up at this point, because he should have been, Okay, that's fine. The Woodford is fine. Okay. So yeah.
Okay.
I just wondered if there was any way to know that if he was picked up or not, because when I called them this morning, the reason I called this morning is because he had texted my phone and he said, "I'm in trouble. What did you do?" That's what he said in the text. I didn't answer it though. I didn't even open it. The officer told me don't even open it. Yeah.
Jamie, I'm going to have you talk to the officer when they call you. So I have to let you go, okay? I have other 911s ringing, so I got to answer those.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. Of course. Bye.
All right.
Rivercom Dispatch, Misty.
Hi, yes, this is Jamie Phillips. I was calling to speak with a deputy on my case number. I have some updates.
Okay, what's the case number?
It's 25C129. I'm sorry, 25C12789.
All right, let's see here. All right, it looks like the deputy that you've been working with is Deputy Talley, and he's not in service right now. Do you want me to have one of the other in-service deputies give you a call, or would you like his voicemail?
No, he had told me to call and ask to speak to another deputy this weekend because he's off till Monday.
Okay.
So I've talked to like 3 different ones at this point. So I think they're all familiar.
Okay, I can have one of them give you a call.
By the way, folks, please remember to like the video, spank that like button, leave your DNA in the like button. It helps me to buy Hootie snacks for Shadow the Night Owl here. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. We've got a great group of people, and I've been having a lot of support here as of late. Things have been going pretty well, and we're going to see where this journey takes us.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rivercom Dispatch.
Hi, yeah, this is Jamie Phillips calling
Hang on,
back.
go back
My
and hear me, okay?
Yes.
Sorry, you said Jamie Phillips.
Yeah.
And did you have a case number?
Hold on one sec. I'm trying to get. I'm trying to pull up my case number. Sorry.
What's your date of birth?
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have you in my system, it looks like. So whenever you are able to get that, just let me know what it is.
Okay. Come here, Rio.
Hey, you got a super chat here from Kelly Dubs. Kelly. Related to sister, maybe. Thank you very much for the $9.99 super chat. Very thoughtful and nice of you. I'm very grateful for all the super chats, super stickers, and memberships, and likes, and comments, and people who subscribe. I'm grateful for it all. So thank you very much for that, Kelly. I like your backdrop there. Very cute. Cute with the American flag in the background. Thank you, K-Dubs. I've come up with a nickname for you. K-Dubs. Kelly.
I saved it on my other phone. All right, it's 25C12789. And Kyle Tally is the officer on the case.
And can you confirm your phone number so I can have someone call you that's on duty right now?
Yeah, it's
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
Okay, perfect. I'll have someone call you, okay?
okay. Yeah, I wanted to update them because I did speak to the Pasco County Sheriff's Department here in Florida. So I wanted to relay what because they need the file to be sent, I guess.
Okay, yep, I'll have them call you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Bye. Rivercom Dispatch, this is Renee. May I help you?
Hi, yes, my name's Jamie Phillips. I was calling in to ask if the deputy could call me back about my case. I wanted to give some updates, including my new phone number.
Okay, what's the case number? It would start with a 25 and then a letter.
Yeah, it's 25C12789. Kyle Tally is the officer on the case. He's off till.
Mike, thank you very much for the super chat. Is there a way to send a picture of a blue heron to my email, Mike? I'll put it again in the live chat here. mellowmentoring@gmail.com. Or, many of you know where I am on Facebook and Instagram too, or TikTok. Jared Mello on Facebook, Wizard of Radical Self-Respect on Instagram, Revenge of the Black Sheep on TikTok. So, but Instagram, you can send one. Facebook, you could send one. My email, you can send one. Yes, and get those likes up. Thank you, Danielle.
Tomorrow, though.
Okay, and did you want to leave a message for him to call you, or do you want somebody to give you a call back that's working right now? They may or may not be able to answer any questions about the case.
Yeah, he's made them aware. So I've spoken to several deputies so far.
Okay.
So they're aware, and it's fine if it's just someone on duty that calls back, because I just want to provide updates of things that have happened today.
Okay, what's the phone number for you?
All right, let me get it. Because, sorry, it's new.
No problem.
Okay, it's
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
So Texas, as of now, there's a court date for him in April. He very well might be arrested then at a point or charged with something. But it's yet to be seen because they said the charges are pending. Gavin Fish said that too. So I think we got the gist here of some of these 911 calls. And we can check out, I guess we can check out the most recent one that's today for a little bit.
About it. This is the case of JLR investigates Jonathan Lee Riches and his fiance, as it were, ex-fiance Jamie Phillips, also known as Magnolia online. There are a lot of...
Lachelle, thank you so much for becoming a member. You now have access to the members-only live streams. The next one's going to be on Wednesday evening, I think probably around 9 p.m. Eastern or 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Of reports I've received, and I had to put them in order to make sense of them in my mind. Even the reports conflict with itself, like this December 27th, 2025 report. At the same time, it says, there is no probable cause, says one report. The same report claims Jamie flew home this morning.
So that part confused me because we read in that police report there was probable cause to arrest him, right? But they didn't. Now this is saying no probable cause. So which one is it?
Was arrested, so he missed his flight. No wonder people are like, what's going on? If JLR indeed did all these things he's being accused of doing, why wasn't he arrested? That's what we're trying to get to. That's what we're trying to get at here. So let's go over everything. I want the evidence to speak for itself. You know, people are kind of like, ooh, plunder's really coming for JLR. And I'm like, to me, this is like any other crime case we would cover, figure out if there was an alleged crime that occurred, go over the court documents. I guess it just feels so personal to people because we feel like we know him. We've been watching him, enjoying him, traveling around the country for years. Maybe that's why it feels so weird and so personal to people. So let's do this. Will an arrest warrant ever be created for JLR? Now, according to the Chelan County Sheriff's Office out in Washington, the incident report that has come out, Deputy K. Talley determined there was probable cause to arrest Jonathan Lee Riches for the following criminal offenses: assault in the second degree, domestic violence, a Class B felony in Washington, harassments, threats to kill, domestic violence, a Class C felony, and then interfering with the reporting of DV, which is a gross misdemeanor. Let's go over all this evidence we have so far and make sense of what happened, what allegedly happened out in Washington state, which traversed the country. We have Florida involved, we have Garland County, Arkansas involved. So there's a lot to cover here. Of course, I've been putting in public records requests all over the country. Just put in another one in Washington to try and figure out what happened with this incident. Where does it stand? Okay, the Florida events at JLR and Jamie's home. I didn't realize they lived together. They purchased this home together. I assumed for some reason she just moved into his house or something, but that's why I requested Florida events at this particular home. I got a list at first. And so figuring out which ones are attributable to Jamie and JLR and what they all mean is where we can start. You'll see a list of all these events that happened. You know, I got rid of the ones before 2024 because it appears Jamie and JLR purchased the home November 1st, 2024. So there were some events in October of 2024. I don't know if they're attributable to them or not, but let's go on down the list and explain where we are, what we have. Let me break it down. I did it.
So look, welfare check, disturbance, neighbor. What does that remind you of? It reminds you of the Nick Reiner welfare checks, right? Welfare checks to the Rob Reiner household. Could be something to it.
A nice timeline. So right before potentially Jamie and JLR moved in together, there was this welfare check on October 10th, 2024 at this Florida house. Someone was concerned they hadn't spoken to a family member. They weren't answering their door. She was at the location. I don't know who this is. The officer made contact with the person, said he didn't want to talk. He went back inside the house. The woman had called because she hadn't heard from him because he was working late. but he had just gotten home a minute ago. Everyone appeared fine. Now, that might have been the prior residence, but since it was so close to when Jamie and JLR potentially moved in, I still requested body cam. We'll see if I get that to see who it's related to. And then there was an October 28th, 2024.
Do you have any original content, or you just put down other creators? You're a poser at best and a plagiarist at worst. Looks like we have a flying monkey on our hands here. But if you did the bare minimum of work at all, instead of just saying the first things that comes to your mind like an ignorant fool, you would know I have thousands of videos I've made on my own, hundreds of interviews, tons of videos I've done recorded as well. Instead, you couldn't emotionally control yourself, so you decided to display your ignorance in front of everyone. You should have stayed silent, so that way people could have at least questioned your intelligence, but instead you had to speak. So now you've proved yourself to be an idiot in front of everyone. How does it feel? Animal stealth, to no longer be stealthily an idiot, but very overtly an idiot, and flying monkey as well. If you come at me, I will rip you a new one in front of everybody. Try me.
Or disturbance. The homeowner of this location, some rental property, the neighbor was mad that the caller put a fence up, and the neighbor has been coming onto caller's property and cutting back the trees, and one of those neighbor fights. So if that's JLR or Jamie, we shall see. For sure, the warranty deed says by November 1st, Jonathan Lee Riches and Jamie Phillips bought a home together in Pasco County, Florida. I guess it makes sense because, as Jamie put in her other report, they started dating at the beginning of 2023. So maybe they thought, oh, we really get along. 2023 went by, and then sometime in 2024, you started seeing Magnolia pop up quite a bit on JLR's channel. I see in 2024 his community post. Tonight, Magnolia X Rio joins me live for the first time to premiere a special audio production she created of Detective Todd Click's explosive testimony from the Richard Allen motion to dismiss hearing that was held on March 18th. So, he's starting to bring Magnolia publicly onto his channel. I don't know how much she had been helping him in 2023 with his channel. But JLR Investigates also said, we're expanding to a second channel. This is sometime in 2024. Make sure you follow Magnolia X Rio if you're not already. We film a lot of video in the field that never gets posted, so you can expect to see more behind the scenes content and maybe a little fun stuff too. Double boots on the ground. So it was really cute. Then by June 2024, JLR is promoting Magnolia's A Day in the Life video about some subjects. By Christmas time 2024, JLR and Magnolia, they're having a members only, and JLR is posting Merry Christmas Eve, everyone, church time. This cute couple, they're sitting there in church together. Again, like I said previously, we all started to learn about JLR.
How about that? I love hearing this. By the way, Snow Baby, ever since I started listening to Jared, I've been able to stand up to my bullying family members better. LOL. Thank you, Wizard. Well, Snow Baby, that's why I do what I do, to help empower people like you, to see through their nonsense, to disempower them in your minds, be assertive, practice radical self-respect. Feels good, doesn't it? Once you learn how to practice radical self-respect and stand up for yourself, you'll be like, damn, I wish I would have done this sooner. So that's awesome to hear. Makes my day, Snow Baby. So flock of black sheep, everyone should give Snow Baby a round of applause there. I like that. I'm all about it.
JLR's past, conviction for fraud, serving time. He told us, yeah, that was my past, whatever, I'm not proud of it, or whatever he says, I don't know. I've turned over a new leaf, and he believes in God, allegedly, and all this stuff. So many of us are like, who are we to judge? If not for the grace of God, I would have a record, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, okay, this is cool. And I like Magnolia bringing her feminine energy and her wits and everything she brought to JLR. So they started celebrating, he's posting, oh, we reached how many of our subscribers? 200K, 400K. And after a while, people started asking, where did Magnolia go? They noticed her presence was missing from his channel. I don't exactly know when she went missing from his channel. It was probably at least by August, I bet you, 2025. But as of Christmas 2020,
that's another good one. I'll put it up for you, Snow Baby. I like this. I'm serious. I've been through years of therapy. Jared has helped me more than anything. Thank you for the claps, guys. Well, it's our pleasure. My goal is to support all of you in whatever your goals are in your healing journeys, recovery journeys, wherever that is. A lot of it is, to me, learning about what's going on first, because a lot of being able to stand up for yourself is first recognizing what you're dealing with. All right, it's a narcissistic person, or what kind of manipulation tactic are you dealing with? So then you can try to figure out what's best for you in that case. So I love it. I love it, Snow Baby.
They're streaming live JLR Army members only live for Christmas with JLR, Magnolia, OJ, I guess that's his cat, and Rio, her dog. She has her dog now. We appreciate all our members, they wrote. Christmas 2024 must have gone well, as far as we know. I don't know when the trouble truly started in this relationship. People tend to, if you have relationship problems and you're really hoping it's going to go well, you want it to go well, you want it to get better. Sometimes, you just don't say anything about the things that went wrong. I know by August 2025, Jamie claims, as we listened to on the previous video, that there was a vicious attack against her by JLR. Those are her allegations. And she called the Pasco County Sheriff's Office, and she was trying to see if she could retroactively file a report that she had not reported previously.
And I wanted to ask about, am I able to press charges against him or file police reports for incidents that happened previously that happened there in Pasco County? For example, there was a very vicious assault in August.
Okay, so that's what she says happened August 2025. And she also says, oh, I know I should have left him. They went out about 3 years. And I understand it's hard to break away from a person. I'm sure she loves, like you love a person. It's not so easy to walk away. By Christmas Day, Christmas time 2025, that's when this incident happened in Chelan County, off in Washington State. They're at this beautiful resort. It's the All Seasons River Inn. Jamie, it sounds...
Look at this. What is this? A peace offering? The $2 super sticker from the person I ripped before? Okay. I will be at peace with you if you will be at peace with me. How about that? Is that a deal?
Like the type that, she's not just going to lay down and take anything. She sounds like she was looking through Jonathan's phone, or she found, according to her, communications with other women or infidelity, pornography, stuff she didn't like, and she confronted him about it. I'm not sure if that's what the August incident was also about, but they're off in this beautiful place, off in Washington. It should be a wonderful Christmas romantic time. However, by Christmas Day, December 25th, 2025, it's like 9:18 a.m., Jamie is reporting that JLR assaulted her the night before. So around 10:21 a.m., this Deputy K. Talley responds to the All Seasons River Inn, talks about noticing scars on Jamie, everything. JLR has already left. I believe it happened the night before, and Jamie said she went to sleep. She woke up, her phone was missing. She had JLR's business phone, and he took his personal phone.
Well, I had a fight with my boyfriend last night, and he hurt me and left and took my phone. and I don't know where he is. So I'm
He
stuck
hurt you.
here.
What did he do?
What's that?
You said he hurt you? What did he do?
Yes, my nose. He hit me, and my nose is hurt. It was bleeding earlier. This happened last night, and then he left, and I went to bed. And now I don't know where he is, and he took my phone.
Tally requested that Rivercom put an ATL, which is an attempt to locate for Jonathan. So this is the body cam video and other stuff I've requested, which should be available according to officials. They told me by May 7th. So what's that, about another more than a month from now? Hopefully we'll see that. Obviously we won't see JLR since he had already left town. We should be able to see Jamie. You know, I don't know what they do out there. I think Washington blurs a lot, but it's at a hotel. Maybe they'll blur the inside. I don't know what they'll do. So that's what happened Christmas Day. Now, from there, I've got event reports from Florida. So 2 days later, December 27th, 2025, there's this call that comes in, information for deputy. This is the confusing call, and unfortunately, I can't believe we missed the cutoff. I mean, technically, I didn't miss the cutoff. I requested this call, but by the time they responded to my request, 3 months or 90 days had elapsed since, today is Saturday, March 28th. I got some of these yesterday. So January, February, March, just by a day or two, I missed getting the call audio, 90 days, and it's deleted, which is sad because I would really like to hear the audio of this call, because this is the confusing one where it's all over the place. Obviously, Jamie was calling. It's saying, according to the notes, which is all we have, the caller was in Washington State on Christmas Eve night. Her boyfriend assaulted her and broke her nose. Boyfriend is now driving to location 1 from location 1, whatever that means. Maybe she's saying JLR is driving from Washington to his house. It says, suspect is currently in South Dakota per his location. So Jamie was able to figure out, she was able to track him. He's in South Dakota now. It says the caller advised that she is going to visit a friend out of state. So I'm not sure if Jamie flew home immediately. JLR wasn't there, I guess. She tracked him. She knew he was in South Dakota. Maybe she felt safe to go home at that point. But then she's telling 911 she's off to visit a friend out of state, just to, be away from his presence, I'm sure. I'm sure she was afraid because, as we listened to that previous call when she was still in Washington, Jamie claimed JLR was texting and, the hotel managers and the innkeepers were like, he's trying to get here, he's trying to get his property or whatever, he's trying to get into the hotel, and the cops told us, just don't respond, if he just let us know if he tries to call you and all that stuff. And Jamie had said at that point that Jonathan told her, I'm in trouble, what did you do? Which sounds so accusatory and blaming, putting the blame on her.
I'm about to leave the state. So I'm going to let them know that, and just other updates, because I think they're trying to arrest my boyfriend.
Okay.
They're looking for him. The reason I called this morning is because he had texted my phone and he said, I'm in trouble. What did you do? That's what he said in the text. I didn't answer it, though.
It's shorthand figuring out what they're saying. This deputy in Washington State called in. He was advised, he was told to call Pasco County. Advised there is no probable cause. Not sure what is needing. So that's what confused me. Now, who was this deputy from Washington State? It's confusing because Deputy Tally, the one who responded to the hotel, is...
So chat, this video is almost over. Then we'll take a look at the Taylor Frankie thing for a little bit before we close it down. Considering no one wanted to watch that, I don't think I'm going to dedicate a thumbnail to that case, but we'll see.
Saying there was probable cause to arrest Jonathan Lee Riches. Now, 2 days later, December 27th, whatever deputy calls from Washington State to call Florida advised there is no probable cause. Not sure what is needing. So requested deputy to call him. So they're going back. Washington State and Florida are going back and forth about this case like, what do you need? And we're seeing at some point, Tally is saying there's probable cause to arrest Jonathan Lee Riches, put out the attempt to locate, but he left town, so he's gone. So now they have to deal with Florida. And someone from Washington is calling Florida to say there is no probable cause. I want to hear the actual audio, not just see the notes, but it's been deleted. Oh well. It says, per X37, the caller is just making us aware since they live together at the location. So Jamie is like, look, I'm letting you guys know what's going on here. I'm just telling you, I'm back in Florida. She claims he assaulted her out in Washington 2-3 days prior. They live in the same house. It's a heads up, like, okay. And this is another confusing point. She flew home this morning. He was arrested, so he missed his flight.
What?
As of this recording, I've looked everywhere. I can't find any evidence of JLR being arrested. Maybe what Jamie had told 911, maybe she assumed he had been arrested and missed his flight. Just like, she said previously, I think they're looking for him. I think they're trying to make an arrest. And maybe she didn't realize they did not catch up with him in Washington. So it's confusing when the notes, and I know the call takers, they're just taking quick notes, but it's like, she flew home this morning. He was arrested, so he missed his flight. That might have been her wishful thinking or her hopes of what had happened. I still have requests out, though. I'm still trying to find the details of all this. It says, looks like he's driving here, and she's going to leave the state before he gets back. Smart idea. But she wanted to make us aware just in case he gets back before then, or he gets back and calls her in as missing. So that's smart. If Jonathan makes it all the way home to Florida expecting Jamie to forgive him for any wrongdoings, and perhaps she's forgiven him obviously times before, according to her. If he got home and he's like, she's not here, she didn't want people to think she was missing. Per 10S can clear it, that agency will have to contact. So it's so confusing. A Washington deputy must have been advised to speak directly with Florida authorities. What came of it? Advise there's no probable cause. This is a critical legal detail. At the time of that note, the Washington State agency had not yet established enough legal evidence or probable cause to issue a warrant or request an immediate arrest in Florida. We don't know why. Is it because, Jamie went to the doctor, obviously. We heard it on the dispatch. She went off to the hospital. And is it because Jonathan, of course, left? If he were on scene, if he had stayed there, if they had been able to, for example, get photos of, does it look like he punched her? Does he have injuries to his knuckles or any sort of evidence like that? Of course, any audio or video of the attack, the alleged attack, could have established probable cause in their minds. They were trying to coordinate information back and forth. When it crossed state lines, it gets confusing. Okay, another event happens 2 days later, December 29th, 2025. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know why I don't have the 911 call for this. It just says no 911 over 90 days, but has it really been 90 days? I mean, this happened December 29th, 2025. So it's about 7:42 p.m. Nature, suspicious person. So I'm assuming this must have been Jonathan. There's probably no body cam. If there is, I've requested it. We'll see if there's even any body cam to this. It was a suspicious person walking around. A black male was walking around ringing doorbells, wearing a black hoodie, bright colored shirt, and dark pants. So it was called in. So now let's move on to a lot of those calls we listened to in the most recent video I put up. They all came in January 23rd, 2026. The first one, 8:51 a.m. It says the nature of this event is a domestic violence injunction service. It says no answer at door, no answer at door, which I find interesting. Maybe JLR had left by then, but we heard that call from his attorney saying it was 6:30 a.m. JLR was getting out of the shower. He had a towel wrapped around him. He saw some deputy leaving his home. He didn't see any paperwork or anything left. So maybe they tried to serve him. Well, now again, no answer at door. At some point he got served. So he was served for this domestic violence incident. That same day, we can move on a few hours. 4 hours later at 12:55 p.m., it says citizens assist. It says the caller wants to know, like we heard Jamie was calling, has this domestic violence injunction been served already? Possibly reference a hotspot. I don't know what that means, but the caller wants to know if she can report the previous incidents that occurred back in August to Pasco County. It says, I answered the caller's questions and gave her the office phone number for the domestic civil. So we heard all that. So there's a lot of these January incidents. There was a different call a couple of hours later at 2:12 p.m. and it just says again, provided phone number for civil. Now, obviously, I think Jamie must have still been calling. This is February 1st, 2026. I should have the CAD notes and the 911 call coming. I had to run off and pay for them yesterday. It's some kind of battery domestic simple delay. So yeah, they're like, okay, you got to pay $112.50 for all this, the labor per hour, 4.5 hours at $25 an hour, 6 pages. Okay, it's 6 pages. I don't know what it is about this February 1st, 2026 incident that took them longer or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I went over the records request limit. Whatever. I happily went off and paid them. I wrote them a check. Unfortunately, I couldn't pay Pasco County directly. I like the ones you can just pay them, put in my American Express number, pay, and send it to me. They are still snail mail. Well, I sent it UPS to them. So I went to UPS. That's why I was rushing last night. Got that video up and got to UPS by 7 p.m. before it closed. And I'm like, how much to get it there by Monday? And she's like, whoa, $130 something. And I felt like Chris Rock, like, oh, how much for just one wing? Like. No, I just said, how much to get it there Tuesday? It was cheaper, $56. So I already wrote them the check for $112.50, sent it off for $56. So good enough. That's why I think a lot of people don't do these public records requests. They don't want to take the time and they don't want to pay the funds to do all this stuff. But this battery domestic simple delay is police shorthand. So battery, under Florida statutes, battery occurs when a person intentionally touches or strikes another person against their will, and it does not necessarily require a visible injury. Even an unwanted shove or grab can qualify. So wow, wouldn't a lot of people be in trouble for that? I know people are, still debating Jamie's injuries and that enhanced photo that Nerdy created to try and get people to see the injuries on the bridge of her nose and all that. We will see what comes out about this. Domestic indicates, of course, a domestic relationship, somebody living together, whatever. Simple means there's no aggravating factors, like there wasn't the use of a deadly weapon, or it says, or the infliction of serious bodily harm. But to me, if her nose was indeed broken by JLR, and that's only allegations right now, that's pretty aggravated. Anyway, delay in dispatch terms means the incident is not currently in progress. The victim or witness is reporting an event that happened earlier. So I'm assuming this February 1st, 2026 call came in. It came in likely because Jamie was trying to find a way to document what she claims were previous vicious attacks, like the vicious attack in August. She didn't get into details there. That's what she says happened. So I'm assuming that's what this February 1st, 2026 call is for. And so by this point, Jonathan's been served. Things are heating up. Like if you go to the Jamie versus Jonathan case info in Arkansas, we can see a case is filed January 20th. And the order of temporary protection, it's like scheduled. Stuff gets pushed back. But by February 2nd, 2026, Jonathan Riches was served in Pasco County. Order of protection. So as things are heating up at the beginning of February, I find it interesting timing. This February 1st, 2026 call, likely that Jamie made to Pasco police. What else happened February 1st, 2026? That's the day that Nancy Guthrie went missing. Nancy Guthrie was reported missing. So I also find that interesting. It was probably really convenient and attractive to Jonathan to get out of town, with all his own alleged legal troubles heating up with his fiance, partner, whatever you want to call her. He allegedly called her his fiance when he was, talking to the Washington people at the Rivers Inn place, trying to get into the room. And, I know how people do it, like, oh, my fiance is there and I was there with my fiance, making themselves sound a little bit more.
Get lost, I agree with you. And that's not get lost games, I should say. Yeah, they're certainly withholding stuff. I don't know what they're withholding at this point, the FBI and law enforcement. I don't know for what purpose either. I mean, I don't know how they could even hurt the investigation at this point by just releasing what they have. But maybe they think they could. But I don't even think it's up to Sheriff Nanos at this point. I think it's up to that task force with the FBI. 4 detectives and a sergeant, they went over to the task force, and they're the ones that are in charge now. So they're the ones doing it. I mean, Sheriff Nanos is probably getting filled in on what's going on, but that's about it. But unless there's Nest Cam footage that they have that they're not telling us yet, I'm not really excited about anything they have. I mean, maybe DNA evidence in the house that they didn't say they had yet. I think, though, why would you report on a glove? Why would you report on the mixed DNA if you had better DNA you were not reporting on? I mean, this doesn't make sense to me. So I don't think they have better DNA. I also don't think they have better Nest Cam footage either. So it's not looking good to me.
I don't know, credible and stable, and I want to get into that room. So whatever happened, they're not together anymore. And thank God Jamie's safe. But I'm thinking she's calling February 1st, trying to report a prior incident of battery. I don't know how that went. Again, we will see. I'm wondering, JLR, he's home, he's alone. Jamie's not there. His case is heating up. He's been served. Maybe he was afraid of being arrested. Maybe JLR was afraid at any day now someone will come and arrest him. Oh no. What could be better than go hit?
Also, welcome, Get Lost Games. All the flock of black sheep should welcome. GLG. It's probably a better way to put her or him. But GLG, thank you for being here. We're glad you found us. And we're glad you decided to comment.
Hit the road, go camp out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home and cover that case for months and months or days and days and weeks and weeks. That's my thought pattern. I don't know. I haven't looked exactly when he arrived in Tucson. Case is still heating up, all through February in Arkansas. There's a copy of an order of protection and all that stuff. And there's a continuance and there's the St. Patty's Day March 17th hearing finally held. We went over that transcript really short, great. The latest, most recent thing we see as of basically yesterday, March 27th, 2026. I was glad to see this. An e-filing for a notice of appearance of an attorney for Jamie. Jamie and JLR, they have their 3-year no contact order against each other. And now, as of yesterday, Jamie's attorney makes a filing an appearance. Jonathan's attorney, we heard his attorney in Washington on the phone, talking to Pasco County like something was going on and he wanted to see what do we need to do to get you guys. And, he saw a deputy leaving his place and what do we have to do to, get this squared away. We heard that quick call. So we'll see in Arkansas where it goes. The case type is an order of protection right now. Will it evolve? Will a case in Chelan County open up?
And that's what we've known so far, right? We reported this the other day from the Gavin Fish video, that right now there's an order of protection, but there's been no charges filed. Charges are pending. There was the March 17th court date and a court date coming up, but we don't know what's going to happen in those. And I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't be surprised at all if JLR just gets charged with nothing. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Why wouldn't it surprise me? Because it's difficult. It's difficult to convict people of this stuff. Now, it's easier when you have physical evidence. So depending on that black eye thing, as long as they don't think she did it to herself, maybe there's a chance. But we don't know. We don't know how it's going to turn out.
The jurisdictions, can be confusing. So all we have to wait for now is, of course, the rest. We have body cam on the way, which might take until May 7th. We have April 21st, about 3 weeks or so from now, this order of protection hearing in Hot Springs. I want to find more photos of this huge Hot Springs tower I went up in, and we walked all the way down. I walked, and it was beautiful up there. Anyway, it does not mean that Magnolia or JLR will be at that April 21st hearing, because I remember reading somewhere in that transcript, I remember reading they don't have to appear. So this might be something where the lawyers just duke it out. Who knows if it'll just be pretty quick. So that's what we have for now. If you haven't listened to all the calls I've published so far, go back and listen to all of those. Who knows? This case sounds confusing. It seems sad. I still need to go listen to other videos of ex-girlfriends who are allegedly coming forward with some harrowing stories. I don't know. Again, if there's no probable cause, maybe Jonathan won't be arrested. If at some point there is, maybe he will. We have to let the evidence speak for itself always. We have to let God do his perfect work. I know it gets frustrating sometimes with domestic violence victims, male or female or whomever. Some of them will always say, oh, police didn't take me seriously enough, or they didn't have enough evidence, or Lord knows, God knows what happened here. He will resolve it. And that's all I want to know is what is true. And I want to see justice performed. If Jamie truly was hurt at the hands of JLR, I don't want him having the opportunity to do that to her or anyone else ever again. It's just sad to me. Some people might believe, oh, Jamie just has it out for him. She just wants to take him down because she's a woman scorned. She helped him on all his channel. He hit all these milestones while she was with him. And I don't want to bend over backwards like some people are doing. I guess to defend either side, some people are bending over backwards to do whatever. What I want to do is get the actual evidence as it stands and present that to you guys. Isaiah 66:2, has not my hand made all these things? And so they came into being, declares the Lord. These are the ones I look on with favor, those who are humble and contrite in spirit, who tremble at my word. That's truly what I hold on to. We don't have to take all these crazy sides and create crazy stuff. I'm just really at peace and relaxed in God. Like, God, whatever you want, evidence out there, it'll be out there. Whatever truth needs to come out, it'll come out.
Got some crazy eyes.
And I just rest in that, in Jesus, and we'll see where this case goes. We'll continue to dig in, get more records, get more evidence. I'll publish it. I'll put screenshots up different places. Follow me on Facebook and Patreon. Thank you so much for watching all this. We'll see what happens next here and in many other cases.
So yes, this is True Crime Plunder. Check her out. Subscribe to her channel. And overall, I'm pretty confused about the whole thing at this point. It seems wild. It seems wild to me. That's what it seems like right now. So now we're going to check out this you
don't live here. No.
Well, you want to do Law and Crime Network or Dr. Grande's version of this? Dr. Grande's might be quicker if he has one. Calm Before the Mormon. Ha! Nothing like a Dr. Grande dry humor.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Taylor Frankie Paul.
First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Taylor Frankie Paul was born on May 23, 1994, in Pueblo, Colorado. She was raised as a Mormon.
B, you missed us talking about Nancy Guthrie and Magnolia's 911 calls. And now we're on to Taylor Frankie, from the one who threw the stool and got canceled from her program, from her reality program. But welcome, B.
By her mother and stepfather. At some point, she moved to Utah. In 2016, Taylor married a man named Tate Paul. They had a daughter named Indy and a son named Ocean. In 2021, Taylor became extremely popular on a social media platform called TikTok. She was the leader of a collaborative group of Utah mothers who functioned as content creators and social media influencers. The group, which was referred to as Mom Talk, featured beauty tutorials, choreographed dance routines, confessionals about their lives as Mormon women, and performances they referred to as comedy. In June 2022, Taylor announced in a live stream that she and her husband had engaged in soft swinging. They had an agreement where they could be intimate with other people. This agreement stated they could not go all the way unless their spouse was present in the room. Taylor indicated that
There's always something amusing hearing about Dr. Grande talk about sexual soft swinging.
stepped outside of that agreement by having sex with a man for whom she had feelings. Consequently, she was getting a divorce. This video became enormously popular and
Yeah, Laura, we did cover that one while Laura was going live during that, I guess, right? Wendy, thank you very much for the super chat here, Wendy. I appreciate you and your support. Everyone should thank Wendy for being supportive of the channel. Also, like the video, folks, please. Likes are free. Likes help pay for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie snacks here. Rooster is no longer in the chat today. I saw he was kind of getting... There are some bickerings in the chat, and then some of them left. But hopefully Rooster will be back again tomorrow. Here comes the rooster, right, Kat? Right, Livin?
gave Taylor an intense level of notoriety. During the next month, July 2022, Taylor Paul became romantically involved with a man named Dakota Mortensen, who she met on Instagram. A few months after this, she announced that she was pregnant with his child. The couple lived in a townhouse on West Rex Peak Way in Harriman, Utah. This is 27 miles south of Salt Lake City. On February 17, 2023, at about 11 p.m., Taylor was involved in a domestic violence incident at her home. She was arrested and charged with assault, criminal mischief, and commission of domestic violence in the presence of a child. Court documents indicated that Taylor threw her phone, a wooden playset, and metal bar stools at Dakota. One of these flying bar stools struck her daughter in the head. Her daughter was 5 years old at this time. In August 2023, Taylor pleaded guilty to one count of aggravated assault, which is a third-degree felony. The other charges against her were dismissed. She was given a D.
The interesting part about this was those things happened in 2023. But this show was about to air coming up. So they didn't know about that? Or I don't know. Or maybe they just thought the video was just too bad press. Honestly, if they didn't cancel it, it probably would have done great. Because this gave a lot of eyeballs to the case, honestly. Or to the show. So...
where the felony charge would be reduced to a Class A misdemeanor in 3 years if she met certain conditions. For example, not consuming alcohol or illegal drugs, completing probation, participating in a domestic violence evaluation, and not violating any laws above a minor traffic violation. After Taylor's arrest, she and Dakota separated, but then reunited. Taylor had a son named Ever on March 19, 2024. As in, how is he ever going to get over having that name? In September 2024, Taylor and other mothers in her group were featured in the first season of a reality television show on Hulu titled The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. The first episode of the show featured body camera video of Taylor's arrest, in February 2023. So this domestic violence incident was not a secret. The show was quite successful. Its viewership increased over its 4 seasons. Taylor and her boyfriend Dakota separated again, and their relationship drama was prominently featured on the reality show. On September 10, 2025, while being interviewed on the Call Her Daddy podcast, Taylor announced that she was going to be the next Bachelorette. This is a long-running ABC television reality series featuring a group of suitors who compete to get engaged to one woman. The decision to feature Taylor in the show was surprising because there was a tradition of casting women who were contestants in previous seasons of a parallel series called The Bachelor. Taylor had never appeared on The Bachelor. Production moved forward, and she recorded the 22nd season of The Bachelorette from October to December 2025. It was scheduled to premiere on Sunday, March 22, 2026. Disney, who owns ABC, invested a lot of money in the series. One thing was for certain: the premiere was going to go off without a hitch. There would be no incident to prevent it. Now moving to the timeline of the incident. On March 16, 2026, the police in Draper City, Utah, revealed there was an ongoing domestic assault investigation involving Taylor Paul and Dakota Mortensen. The alleged incident occurred in late February 2026. Each party accused the other. On the same day as the announcement about the investigation, production on the 5th season of The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives was halted. On Thursday, March 19, 2026, just 3 days before the premiere of The Bachelorette, Taylor's former lover Dakota filed a petition for a protective order against her. It was sent back for a correction and amended petition. Also on this day, TMZ published a video featuring Taylor and Dakota, which was a previously unseen recording of the February 2023 domestic violence incident. In the video, which appeared to be recorded with a cell phone, Taylor could be seen pushing and kicking Dakota as Dakota repeatedly asked Taylor to stop. Taylor then picked up metal bar stools and threw them at Dakota. Taylor's daughter, who was seated on a nearby couch, could be heard crying. Again, in the original complaint, the police noted that Taylor's daughter had been struck with one of those bar stools. This disturbing video led to a quick response on the part of Disney Entertainment Television. They decided to cancel the 22nd season of The Bachelorette. A spokesperson released a statement saying, quote, "In light of the newly released video just surfaced today, we have made the decision to not move forward with the new season of The Bachelorette at this time, and our focus is on supporting the family."
That is interesting, right? Because they just basically scrapped the whole series. I mean, I guess they just thought the optics were too bad, considering that video came out right before. But I'm telling you, I bet you more people would have watched it. They might have been mad. They might have hate watched it too. Maybe they would have said this is irresponsible of The Bachelorette, but I think they just played it safe. But if they didn't, it might have worked in their favor, honestly.
A spokesperson for Taylor Paul.
And especially if she's actually doing better now. If she's doing better now, maybe she's sober and hasn't gotten in trouble since, completed her probation or whatever it was. Maybe it's a good comeback story in a way.
Paul released a statement saying, quote, "Taylor is very grateful for ABC's support as she prioritizes her family's safety and security."
Oh, we got a super chat from Sweet Caroline. Hi, Shadow. It's lovely to see you. For everyone who doesn't know, Shadow is my night owl here to my right. He is the spirit animal of the show, mascot of the show. Also, everyone out there, make sure you like the video. Spank that like button. Leave your DNA on the like button. DNA of your choice. But also subscribe to the channel if not already. And thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. Shadow always appreciates your support, and so do I.
After years of silently suffering extensive mental and physical abuse, as well as threats of retaliation, Taylor is finally gaining the strength to face her accuser and taking steps to ensure that she and her children are protected from any further harm. There are too many women who are suffering in silence as they survive aggressive, jealous ex-partners who refuse to let them move on with their lives. Taylor has remained silent out of fear of further abuse, retaliation, and public shaming. She is currently exploring all her options, seeking support, and preparing to own and share her story, unquote. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Based on the statement from Taylor's spokesperson, it appears as though Taylor is trying to play the victim in this case. The statement was in response to the Bachelorette being canceled, which is a clear defeat for Taylor, yet it never really addresses this. Instead, the statement talks about how Taylor has suffered mistreatment and is trying to protect herself and her children. It's like Taylor is trying to go on the offensive here and turn this narrative around. This was never about her misbehavior. Rather, somehow Disney decided to cancel the show because Taylor was a victim. This doesn't really make a lot of sense. Taylor is dodging the issue altogether and trying to deflect. If she is ever able to demonstrate that Dakota did something wrong, that doesn't change what Taylor did in the barstool throwing video. This brings me to item number 2. It was no secret that Taylor pleaded guilty to aggravated assault. Disney knew about this for years. Even so, they moved forward with The Bachelorette. They were betting on Taylor, realizing that her unpredictable nature and tendency to gravitate toward drama would make her a popular choice for the show. They even violated their own tradition as far as selecting a candidate. Again, The Bachelorette should have been a former contestant. As if this wasn't bad enough, there were questions about how emotionally prepared Taylor was to find a new lover, which is kind of the point of The Bachelorette. During the finale of season 4 of The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, it was revealed that Taylor and Dakota had sex the night before Taylor was set to leave for the Bachelorette filming. Considering how Disney already knew that Taylor was not a suitable candidate, why did they cancel The Bachelorette only after the recording of Taylor throwing the barstools was released? Nothing in that video should have been surprising to them. In my opinion, the decision was made because there's something about a video of domestic violence that makes it all too real. Disney knew the public would react.
Like someone said in the chat, it's the kid. If it didn't hit the kid, they probably would have anyway. And in her case, right, that probably doesn't happen if you're drunk. If you're not drunk, that probably doesn't happen. So that's how it went down, right? That guy picked her up from the bar. She was hammered. They were fighting the entire way home. Maybe he was baiting and provoking her. I don't know. But she says what happened was she got shoved and then she did that. That's her version of the story. But when you're that drunk and then you hit the cops when the cops come right in front of them, it doesn't make you look good. And the guy's calm, just not drunk and calm, saying, I don't know what to do, officer. She's just out of her mind. And he looks correct, right? Because when she's drunk, the drunk person seldomly is going to come out on top, in my opinion.
Strongly after seeing Taylor throwing those bar stools. It's one thing to talk about aggravated assault. It's another thing to see it occur. Disney realized that Taylor was done. She had destroyed her career as an influencer and, in the process, an entire season of The Bachelorette. Usually that show destroys itself over the course of a few episodes due to it being horrible. Taylor managed to wipe out the show without even a single episode airing, which must be some type of record. All the work that went into that show was wasted. All the money that Disney spent to produce it flushed down the toilet along with Taylor's reputation. From a business standpoint, the decision was wise. By dumping Taylor, Disney dodged more bullets than Neo in The Matrix. One can argue that Taylor's bad behavior cost Disney millions of dollars, but I think what really cost them was the unwise decision to select her in the first place.
I agree with Dr. Grande there. I mean, if they knew all of this, they knew what happened, and they went through with it anyway, that was a miscalculation on their part. Now, maybe they could say, we didn't know there was a video of the stool throwing and hitting the kid. Maybe they can say that, but they knew about the charges. And if they read the court documents, I think they would say, yes, stool thrown, child hit. So if the only thing that changed their mind was the video of it, poor choice by them. Poor choice to go ahead with her anyway.
Item number 3. By throwing those bar stools at Dakota, Taylor engaged in a dangerous act. She was fortunate to be given an opportunity to reduce her felony to a misdemeanor. One would think that Taylor would have been very careful over the next 3 years. There would be no sense in taking any type of risk because she would not want to jeopardize that plea deal. One obvious tactic to reduce risk would be to avoid any contact with Dakota, regardless of who was to blame for the alleged domestic violence incident in February 2026, the one that is under investigation. It was clear that Taylor and Dakota were interacting in person, which created an obvious and unnecessary risk. Taylor should not have let that happen. Item number 4, what do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Taylor Francis Paul became a well-known social media influencer by exposing a scandal that she was involved in. She continued to grow in popularity because she was physically attractive and behaved erratically. The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives gave Taylor yet another opportunity to build her brand, to prove that she was well suited for reality television. People who succeed on these shows often share the same personality traits: low conscientiousness, high extroversion, low agreeableness, and high neuroticism. The difficulty with this personality profile is how it leads to conflict. People like this are difficult to manage. They are impulsive, sensation-seeking, antagonistic, anxious, and don't play by the rules. When Disney decided to make Taylor the Bachelorette, they made a risky decision. This reminds me of the theme of the Jurassic Park movie franchise. Dinosaurs are exciting and draw large crowds, but they are also unpredictable and dangerous.
Wasn't expecting a Jurassic Park reference in this Dr. Grande video, were you? I was not.
Disney was trying to make an exhibit out of a Taylor Frankie Paulosaurus. Taylor may not have been as clever as a velociraptor or as strong as a Tyrannosaurus rex, but she was significantly more likely to hit somebody with a bar stool than any known dinosaur. Disney took a chance, and it did not pay off. For them, this is just the cost of doing business. The 22 men who were involved in the 22nd season of The Bachelorette may view things differently. They might be disappointed that the season never aired. I think they should look at this another way. If the season aired, they would have been seen pursuing Taylor Frankie Paul. This would not speak well of their taste in romantic partners. Those are my thoughts in the case of Taylor Frankie Paul. Thank you so much for watching. I'll talk to you soon. Well, this is Dr. Grande. Today,
I know, Snow Baby. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting a Jurassic Park analogy. Please remember to like the video, folks. This is Ashley Banfield's new joint, as they would say. Subscribe to this channel as well. Super chats really help the channel and help pay for Shadow the Night Owls here, Hootie Snacks. It's also a great way to get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member supports the channel and gives you access to the members-only live streams. I go live almost every night at a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about true crime and current events. And thank you very much for all the support I've been getting so far.
Subscribe. It's right here, and it's free, and it's easy, and it's cheap, and it's great because I will give you updates and you will not even have to look for them. They'll just boink. They'll be in your inbox. And thank you for members. I appreciate you guys joining.
And make sure you check out Ashley's channel, support her work. She's a friend of the channel. So far, the friends of the channel: Ashley Banfield, Brian Entin, Dr. Grande, Law and Crime Network, Tony Bruschi, Plunder, Gavin Fish, Icht Mel, even Nancy Grace so far, even her.
As well. If you want to be a member, there's another thing down there too. It says join. So let me tell you, from the beginning, day 3, I had a source that told me back door wide open, right? And a lot of other stuff too. But let's just focus on that for now, because that's the information I'm getting more on today. And Savannah Guthrie gave an interview to Hodokopy on the Today Show and said her sister was on the phone with her, and Savannah's in New York, saying his mom's missing. And the back doors were propped open. That's how Savannah worded it. And it seemed like maybe it was a misstatement. Nope. She said it 2 different times in the interview. back doors propped open. Well, this sounded very different than the source that I had. Back door wide open on day 3. I've had 2 subsequent law enforcement sources since that have confirmed back door wide open. So I started thinking, and Gray Hughes has been very helpful in navigating the back of the house to determine that there are 3 back doors. Originally, I thought there were only 2 because you can't see one of them. It's real hard to see it. It's like perpendicular to the length of the house because the back patio kind of juts out towards you if you're standing in the backyard and then continues. And that door is perpendicular to the length of the house. And so I've learned that there are 2 doors on that back door to the left of the patio sofa, the one you can't see. It enters the kitchen. That door goes into the kitchen, and there are 2 doors. One is the screen door and one is the inside door. And those were the doors, plural, that were left open. So when Savannah says the back doors were propped open, it's one entrance, but 2 doors. I had guessed that that might be what had happened, that one of the doors had a screen door or a storm door, but I didn't know which one. And it is not the one to the right of the sofa on the outdoor back patio, because there's a lovely bluish door, to the right. No screen door that we could see there. Maybe it's on the inside, I don't know. But the entryway that was left open was that one that goes in the kitchen to the left of the back patio sofa when you're looking at the back. So that's one big earth-shattering piece of information that I was able to determine after talking to several sources in law enforcement. Another detail that really floored me was that the perpetrator used Nancy's flower pots to do this. He took her beautiful flower pots that I can only imagine she spent time nurturing and making beautiful for her back patio, and he used them for his evil fucking plot. He took her beautiful flower pots and he propped open that screen door. Remember, I also told you that my sources in law enforcement told me that the Guthrie kids had told them in law enforcement that their mom rarely locked her back doors. This might have been one of the ones that was unlocked. And he opened that screen door and he propped it open with a flower pot. I'm not able to tell you if that inner door also had a flower pot. It is possible that door just stays open, right? Because it's a heavier door. And in one of the photographs, you can see it behind Savannah as she's playing guitar in her kitchen, and Annie's off to her left at the kitchen window, the kitchen sink. That kitchen sink and window is sort of just overlooking, what would be the flower pots. It's just so frustrating to think that filthy, vile beast deflowered that kitchen, that entrance, that family home that he did. My sources say that's where he got his entry. But that's not the only.
Her sources. I mean, let's listen to what her sources said again.
Just overlooking, what would be the flower pots. It's just so frustrating to think that filthy, vile beast deflowered that kitchen, that entrance, that family home that he did. My sources say that's where he got his entry. But that's not the only thing that he did.
So what does that also mean? It means that if the doors were unlocked, right? He didn't come in the front door. That doesn't mean then that they were able to trick Nancy and say, oh, this is me. And she let them in. No. If they went in through the back door, that wasn't even necessary, especially if the doors were unlocked. Remember that.
Also took Nancy's beautiful flower pots and he propped open the back gate. The area that you enter the backyard. If you're looking at her garage, the back gate would be to the right of the garage, in between the casita, the guest house, and Nancy's garage. That's how he got in to the back. And he propped open the back gate with, again, Nancy's flower pots, using them for his evil. What's so fascinating about this is why? Why'd you prop them open? What was the reason that you needed those things to stay open? The back gate and her back kitchen doors, screen door and heavy door. Why did you need them to stay open? Scumbag? What was your plan? What was your sick, twisted fucking plan? Did you know that there was an elderly lady inside?
Ashley's becoming a little bit more like Nancy Grace here. How about that?
All by herself, and you knew where her bedroom was? You just have to get through the kitchen, take a right, go through the family room, and then into the back master bedroom, all the way over on the right side of the house if you're looking from the backyard. Did you know? Had you been looking through her windows, making sure that you knew how to get through that place in the dark? Is that what you were doing? Did you think, maybe there is somebody in there, so I better have a fast exit? Because I'll tell you something. Lindsay, my producer, and I, we went back in time to look at other sick, twisted criminals who break into people's homes at night. And if you look back at the Golden State Killer, James D'Angelo, right? Joseph James D'Angelo, he had a habit of leaving doors and windows open. So he would have a rapid escape route if something went sideways while he was doing his dastardly deeds inside. He had pre-planned it too, because apparently he used to stalk his victims beforehand. Actually, we knew that.
Dirty deets, done dirt cheap. Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for the super chat. Please hit the like button to show your support for Jared and the channel. You'll find the best analysis of true crime here. Oh, very sweet of you to say, Sweet Caroline. I do my best here to give my input. So this is what this channel is for, besides the narcissistic abuse, mental health, other interviews, and the shorts that I do. When I get all the sources here, Ashley, Brian, Law and Crime Network, Tony Bruschi, fill in the blank, we're getting everything in one place. So when you listen to me and watch me, you get everything. You get what all of the channels are saying. We actually haven't visited Joe Pags for a minute now that I think of it too. But he's another friend of the channel. But so we get all the information and we try to put the pieces of the puzzle together. That's what we do here. But yes, thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. Heather, how are you? Yes, Shadow the Night Owl here, Heather.
From the trial, we knew that he would stalk his victims in advance. And there's talk that this guy did too, right? Because even though Sheriff Nano says, I don't know that we can really trust that the picture of the perpetrator without his backpack and without his gun, we can really trust that that's from a different night. Well, Fox Digital, Michael Ruiz has two law enforcement sources who said it's from the 11th of January, 2 weeks before Nancy went missing. So this guy was stalking Nancy and stalking the house and finding where the back door was unlocked and finding where the spotlights needed to be knocked off, and smashed, right? Because we saw them hanging there. We saw those spotlights dangling by the other back door that goes into the garage or to a storage room. We're not sure what's inside that door, but it's not necessarily the house. Maybe he took those lights out 2 weeks early, knowing I'm coming this way. I'm going to prop that door open. I'm going to come in this way through the back gate. I'm going to prop that gate open. Those spotlights won't be on anymore because I busted them early. And I'm going to go over, and those doors are often left unlocked. According to the children, Nancy would leave her back doors unlocked oftentimes. And then maybe he had done enough stalking to know how to get through that house to his victim. But then what? This is what's so confounding. So then why did you go up the front walk and right up to the front door and disable that camera if you weren't planning to use that door? And eventually you did use that door because we know that Nancy's blood, according to my source, starts in the front foyer of her house inside, those blood droplets. And my law enforcement sources say they then continue over the threshold and out the front door. And then we've all seen Brian Entin's video and Michael Ruiz's video of the blood droplets on the outside entrance, those tiles going down the front walk, stopping at the driveway, presumably where he loaded her into a vehicle. So there's a lot of things I've been trying to think through, right? A lot of things I've been trying to figure out. Did he plan to make Nancy walk at gunpoint out that kitchen door and then out through the propped open screen door, kitchen door, and propped open gate, and then maybe down the long dark driveway to where he parked in the dark, avoiding the cameras of her house, right? She's got a camera at her garage. She's got a camera going out the front, obviously the doorbell cam. But then did he think, oh dear, I didn't plan for this. Mrs. Guthrie can't walk that far. Because Savannah's now told us that on a good day, her mom could get to the mailbox, but there weren't many days like that, she said. So maybe this guy didn't count on Mrs. Guthrie not being able to walk as far as he had planned to walk her. And so now he's got to change his plan. Now he's got to go out the front door with her, right? But we also know that it appears it was at 1:47 a.m. that he got to that front doorbell cam, because the sheriff's put out the timeline saying doorbell camera disconnects at 1:47 a.m. So maybe he was planning, before he even went to the back, to take out that camera first. He's got his backpack on, right? He's still got the gun. Everything still sort of hasn't been perpetrated yet. He hasn't used his kit yet on his back. And maybe his thought was, I better take out this camera first, because eventually I plan to drive and I don't want this camera seeing the car drive. I also want to know if this camera's live and connected to the cops, or if she hears something and calls the cops. So I'm going to take that camera out, and then I'm going to wait. Gray Hughes thinks that's a good theory. That's his theory, that he took out the camera and then he went to a waiting car far away and waited it out and thought, okay, it's time. At 2:12 a.m., here's another tip. The sheriff said that in the timeline that a person is detected on camera, but there's no video of it because Nancy didn't have the subscription. But how do you know it's a person? If there's no video, how do you know it's a person? Well, often you get these alerts saying person at your front door. So maybe there's that was what they got from the back end servers when they did the scratching at Google. But one thing that the sheriff said, and I credit Gray Hughes for this, the sheriff said, well, maybe it was an animal. We don't know. Okay, well, then it's outside. It's outside because it's not an animal inside, right? We know that Nancy doesn't have an animal inside. By this point, he's giving this news conference. We know that. So that's a bit of a telltale, right? That he says, well, maybe it's an animal. But at 2:12, there's a person detected on camera. We're still completely in the dark about inside cameras. I think the sheriff mentioned something about additional cameras inside. But again, he said could have been an animal. So maybe that is 2:12 a.m. He's walking out on the casita cam, right? It's shooting the backyard, and yeah, the back floodlights have been knocked off, but they can see stuff in the dark. Or maybe the driveway cam. Maybe he's walked past the driveway cam and he's getting.
By the way, just for today, I like that expression. It's like a 12-step fellowship expression. But everyone should welcome Just for Today. She said she liked and subscribed to the channel, so hopefully we see more of her. And I'm glad she found us.
His vehicle at this point, because he knows he's got to get it closer to the house. He's got to get it closer to that front door, because he's now planning to take her out the front closer, because she can't walk very far. I'm trying to think of all these things. And I'm not as good at it as people who actually have worked in the business in the past, which is why I called Bob Kger. I've seen some really good interviews with Bob. My colleague at News Nation, Brian Entin, has done some great interviews with Bob Kger, and he's a retired lieutenant, former SWAT commander.
So, user, I think the revenge is just I'm not sure what it was for, envy or political or who her husband was, but it was something. It might be something ridiculous. And maybe they just saw how Nancy and Savannah interacted on TV and they were like, you know what? I hated my mom. Why couldn't I have a mom like Nancy Guthrie? Oh. And so if you're envious of Savannah, you're like, you know what? What can I do to get to Savannah? Oh, I'll take what she has that I don't. And this is all speculation, by the way. This is just a guess of what the punishment and revenge could be. For what reason? Maybe this. And like I've always said before about the Reagan case, the guy said he did that to impress Jodie Foster. So you always got to be prepared for a out of left field motive to come out too. But in this day and age, people would never even believe it. Back in the 80s, people hear, oh, he did it to impress Jodie Foster. Okay. Nowadays, people wouldn't even believe it. They'd say, sure, it was Mossad, or it was Epstein. It was something, right? They wouldn't even believe it. So keep that in mind too.
For Pima County, but he's not with them anymore. So now he's kind of from the outside looking in and trying to analyze all the things that he's seeing from people like me and from Brian and from Michael Ruiz and Gray Hughes. And so I called Bob just to sort of game out what this means, this new information that I got from my sources, that the back doors were one entrance into the kitchen, propped open with Nancy's potted plants, and that the back gate is also propped open with Nancy's potted plants. And whether he thinks like me or whether he's got a whole other theory about what might have happened to Nancy given this new kind of dynamic, right? Is it an egress, or is this a plan to walk Nancy out? And why then is there blood at the front door going out to the driveway? And I don't think you're going to guess what Bob Kger says, because it's not exactly what I think. I'm going to have that for you in just a moment. Quick note from my sponsor. Let's be honest. Being on camera as much as I am, having the right skincare products matters. Thank you. So, Bob, all of this is so intriguing as we learn little pieces of what happened at Mrs. Guthrie's house. The fact that we now know which of the doors were propped open, and it's just a single entrance. It's not multiple doors in the back were propped open. Is any of this sort of surprising to you?
Yes and no. Not really knowing why or who propped them open, but it would tell me that if it was the suspect who did it, they probably did it to have a quick avenue of egress to get out if something happened or went kind of against their plan. And just so you don't get lost in the house. They're going in, even houses are small. Sometimes people can get turned around. So there's reasons why it could have been, and a little surprising because it's gonna. Well, I guess at 1 o'clock in the morning, it's not going to show up too much in the neighborhood, but it is the backside of the house. But still, a propped open door is something that you look at and say, that's kind of weird.
Weird, but do you see it a lot?
Also, welcome Flo to the channel. Everyone should welcome, I think it's a him. But I'm glad you found us. We have a great flock of black sheep here, encouraging, supportive, if not eccentric group. But I would have it no other way. And also, everyone, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA on the like button or spank the like button if you're feeling a little bit frisky. I haven't been saying to like the video as much today, and I'm afraid to look at the likes because of it. We'll see.
In the investigations that you guys have done over the years, do you see that a lot?
I personally haven't, no. Usually it's either forced entry, which is no way to cover that up, or the doors are closed and just left unlocked. To see something propped open, kind of like this whole investigation has been, it is definitely a little bit different than traditional things that I've seen in burglaries and any kind of call where someone goes into someone else's house.
I'm also trying to think through the gate, So we know that he made entry through this back open door. If you're looking at the back of the house, it's to the left of that little patio sofa. You can't see it because the door is perpendicular to the length of the house. So you can't see it from most of the drone shots in the back, but it's there. And I missed it at first and then found it later. But he made his plan and he went in those doors and he propped them open with the flower pot. And I'm not sure if he propped open the inner.
Reggie, thank you for becoming a channel member, Reggie. that gives you access to the members-only live streams. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm thinking. Thank you very much for joining. Shadow the Night Owl appreciates it too.
Her kitchen door, but he propped open the outer screen door. But he propped open that gate as well. And I'm gaming that out, trying to think of, so is this again what you just mentioned, the quick egress, or is this something that guys will often do?
Quick egress. If most gates, honestly, most people actually lock their gates more than they lock their doors. So to find a gate that was open, and again, I think we're assuming that he did this because I also say this, it's not that uncommon for folks to prop their gates open. You know, if you're doing something going in and out a lot, now maybe not an 84-year-old woman, a little less probability there, I would guess. But yeah, that's, you know, again, the way just fencing and walls are in Tucson, it's a little different than, like, you know, just your normal cyclone fence and things like that. So sometimes you can't even find the gate. So it's to see both of them done is, I guess, a little more. It makes a little more sense than just see one of them done.
So I think I'm trying to think like this this monster, right? He's got a plan, probably knows who's there, probably knows who he's going in for by this point. The back floodlights had been smashed, probably on another date, probably on the date that he showed up without the gun and the backpack on that front video. And he makes his way into the backyard, knowing he's going to hit one of these back doors. And the Guthrie kids told the police that their mom used to leave several of her back doors unlocked. But it almost feels as though he's planning to bring her out that way, because if you're propping him open, maybe it's a good quick egress, but it's also a way, I'll bring her out this way as well, so as not to go out the front of the house, because God, what if someone's driving by?
Yeah, possibly. If I were doing it, I would probably go out the front. The backyard with the yard itself, that's easy to get through. But once you get beyond that back wall, you're looking at, you know, just desert area, a lot of rocks, a lot of brush, a lot of cactus, things that are going to make you fall down if you're not familiar with it. It's definitely a much more difficult route to go. And it's not easy to get to a road or a car that might be waiting or any of these things. So whether you're carrying her or whether she's walking with you, definitely much easier route out the front. So,
well, I'm thinking he's got the car at her garage, so he just needs to clear that open gate with her and load her into a vehicle, or he's got his car down. And I think I'm going to retract that statement, because I don't think he would have brought the car up to the garage to be seen on the camera. I think he's left his vehicle down by the road, and maybe he's realizing when he's inside, my plan to bring her out the back kitchen door, out the back gate that I propped open, out past the garage and down the driveway, it's not going to work. This woman, apparently, unbeknownst to this guy, can't walk that far.
All of these things are possible. And the mobility is an issue. Just the weight alone, most people don't understand the difficulties of carrying someone who weighs, 150 pounds, 120 pounds. It's not easy. So all of these things are going to go into whatever plan that he may have had. Personally, I think there was probably other folks involved. So maybe the car drove up and picked them up right in the driveway. But we just, at this point, we just don't know.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm not so sure about a second perp. I don't know. I feel like there's no honor among thieves, and there's $1.2 million at stake right now. So who knows?
No. That the other thief is not going to turn the other person in if there was more than one. That's ludicrous. But I also think it's just hard to carry a dead weight. And if Nancy was either knocked out or, God forbid, passed away already, it's not the easiest to carry dead weight. It's not impossible, but it's certainly much easier with two people. So, I mean, chat, do you think the other person's going to turn in the other one? Of course not. Like, I would be shocked if that happens.
But I wonder if of course, the idea to give yourself a quick exit and run and get to your car would be a reason you'd leave those propped open, but also would be a reason I can just walk this woman at gunpoint. I don't have to carry anybody. But lo and behold, no, you can't. You can't walk her at gunpoint because Savannah let us know on a good day she could make it to the mailbox, but most days, no. So thinking like a thief, if you're back on the force, how are you now gaming how everything went down inside that house?
Probably not according to plan, because whatever that plan is, things I think clearly didn't go, excuse me, a way they were planning those to. However they decided to take her out of the house was that way. There's so many different options. I personally still think it was the front door, and probably just hopefully walking. But again, if someone's walking, they're probably making noise. There's so many variables that go into it.
Thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. Come on, guys. If you value this channel, please hit the like button. Couldn't have said it better myself, Sweet Caroline. Could you have said it better, Shadow? No, he couldn't say it better either. So thank you very much, Sweet Caroline. She's our Australian representative, by the way, from the land down under. What time is it in the land down under right now, Sweet Caroline? I'll be curious. Thank you very much for your support.
It's also, if he was doing everything via the back, why did he go to the front and dismantle that camera? Because that sort of throws all of these theories off. Gaming what happened inside, given everything's propped open, but he's still taken out the front doorbell cam. So given all that, what are your thoughts?
Something happened probably that he couldn't walk her out. Like we've all said, Savannah said that she couldn't walk, except on a good day to the mailbox. You're woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever time it was. I think that was an unplanned for event. And the easiest way was quick out the front door to a car that was probably waiting or came up to pick them up.
Let me ask you something. If he's made his way in the back, he's propped open the gate, he's propped open the kitchen door, maybe for his fast egress, but also maybe because that's his plan to get Nancy out. And then he realizes it can't. So now he's thinking, my car's too far away, but it could be close and I could get her to the end of the front walkway, which we know is where she walked out, given the blood drops in the front foyer, over the threshold, as my sources have told me, of the front door, out on the front entrance tiles, and then down the walkway where it stops. Do you think that he restrained Nancy in some way so that he could run back out and get that car and bring it closer?
I think she was probably restrained inside in some manner, but this is where I go back to, I don't think one person could have done this. That's too much going on to restrain, to try and stay here while I go get the car. Again, I know nothing about it. That's just a gut instinct more than anything else. If he did do that, it would have been difficult because, the driveway is not huge, but it's still going to take some time, and you're putting a lot of I guess respect risk into what you've done to leave her there to go try and get a car to bring it up.
I was wondering if maybe being tied or restrained in some way may have caused the injuries on an 84-year-old woman's skin that might have bled. That might have been part of the reason she was bleeding at that front door. But I still can't get past 2:12 a.m. and 1:47 a.m. because on the timeline, again, Sheriff Nanos, who knows if you can trust what he has put out and if it has to be changed again, but he says that the doorbell cam disconnects at 1:47 a.m. At 2:12 a.m., person is detected on the camera. There's no video available, but then he said in a news conference it could have been an animal, which means an outdoor camera, right? It's not going to be an animal inside.
Probably
so, knowing that, I'm trying to figure out if the doorbell cam disconnects, that's probably the front. That's probably when he's first arrived. He's still got the backpack on and he's disconnecting it. But why? Why, if his plan was to go in the back and prop open those doors?
That's a good question. If I had been doing that, the first thing I'd done was destroyed that camera, ripped it right off the wall. Even if I was planning on using the back door, because that's just another piece of evidence that is going to be brought back to me, like it essentially has. But even if you were doing that with the back door, my thought process is, all right, it's just a way to stay off of more video. You're going to want to remove all video cameras as quickly as possible if you're going through this scenario. At least I would want to.
Is it possible that he showed up, left his car out on the road, walked up that horrible moment where we saw him on cameras at 147, he manhandles it, and eventually I believe he took the vines and pried the camera off, but another source said the cameras were smashed off. There's glass shards that were witnessed down below by Michael Ruiz of Fox Digital. And then he went back to his vehicle to bring that vehicle in, because now it can't be seen on that front doorbell cam, and then plan to go in through the back. But still, it's weird that he wouldn't come out with her out that back way. He chose to go out the front.
And going back to the car issue, in that neighborhood, I don't know if you've been there or not, but in most neighborhoods in Tucson, the car is going to stick out like a sore thumb on the street, more so than in a driveway, even if it pulls in and turns its lights off at 1 o'clock in the morning. People will notice it way more parked on the street, just because the dynamic of the neighborhood like that. So, again, a lot of different theories and where it parks and how it parks, and, angles of view of the cameras. I can't imagine he did a lot of studying on what type of camera it was to see, what your field of view is, to perfectly park it outside of view. Well, you've got the pillars on the side that are blocking views and things like that. So it's not a rocket scientist to park it out of view if you need to.
I think you're right. I think you could pull in Nancy's driveway. If you're staring at the front of the house, her right-hand driveway, not the left-hand driveway, the right-hand driveway that would take you to the garage if you want to go there, but don't drive all the way to the garage, and don't drive all the way to the front door. I think there's a sweet spot in there that he could have put a vehicle and stayed off of all cameras. And maybe that I think this guy had seen it. I think he had staked out that house. He had probably broken the floodlights in advance. I think the January 11th, again, Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital talked to two law enforcement sources who both said January 11th was that other image where he's got no backpack and no gun. Do you feel that that's plausible?
Yes, very much so. If indeed that, regardless of what the date is, if this suspect was there on a different day, was there for one reason, in my opinion, that's to see what's going on in the neighborhood, to see what's going on at the house, and to make plans and how to, best succeed in, kidnapping Nancy, which includes looking for cameras, looking for lights, all of those things that, those would be the first things that law enforcement would look at as well once they got there, trying to gather the evidence.
Do you think the whole notion that the back doors, again, you got to be really clear, back doors is one entrance. It's a screen door and a kitchen door. It's one entrance, not all the doors. But do you think that stymied the investigators the way I feel? I mean, they always know more than I do, but do you think that they're stymied by the back door plan and the front door blood?
No, it's, both of them, you look at, they're the same thing. It's a way in and it's a way out. Whether they're propped open, whether, there's forced entry, whether they locked them on their way as they were going out the front door.
I mean, it is interesting to me. Why don't they just close the doors? I mean, does it matter? I mean, so far it hasn't mattered, right? I mean, they haven't been found. They didn't leave any good DNA that we know of yet. So I guess they figured we don't have to. We don't even have to close the doors. But they were propped open and left propped open. I guess cleaning up after themselves. Because, I mean, technically, they maybe could have tried to clean up the glove, too, the blood in the front step, too, right? But they didn't really feel the need to do that. Maybe they thought they'd have more of a chance to leave DNA if they did that. Maybe they just thought it was better to get the heck out of there. I mean, I can't say too much critical of what they did in terms of like being a criminal, because they haven't been caught yet and there's been no evidence. So what do you say about that?
Or it's just another piece of evidence for them. They're going to look at it the exact same way, collect what they need to collect, swab what they need to swab, collect their DNA, all of those things. It's not, in my opinion, any type of smoking gun or anything like that. It's just a plan that may or may not have been used by the suspect.
Do you think it's fair to assume that they would have focused real heavily on those door handles and those flower pots for the possibility of his DNA? Because again, he's got gloves on, but he's got a light, I think, in that mouth of his, and it had to go in and it had to come out, which means those gloves probably have some DNA on them, which means anything he touched with those gloves. So do you think they may have gotten the mixed DNA sample off the flower pots or the door handles?
It could have come from anywhere, but those would be primary places to swab, to test. Anywhere a hand is likely to go, that's where you go, and then you just start looking around, and anything that looks like it's out of place or been moved, you're going to hit those areas next, and it's all just probability at that point.
I mean, I don't know if I'm off the mark here, but just by hearing what they could have done, and then I look at Sheriff Nanos, and I look at the inexperienced detectives under him, and all the experienced ones were not there, according to Union leader Sergeant Cross, and I think, do you think they knew to do all this? You should be able to say yes, right? Like, oh, they're trained law enforcement. Of course they know to do this. But like, do you think this department knew to do that? The same department that hired the dude that kidnapped the woman that was offering her sex to help her case and showing her explicit images and videos of himself on his phone? That same department? It's like, I don't know. I have a hard time seeing them doing this correctly at this point. And maybe it's just because of how it's turned out, but that's how I see it now. I'm like, I don't trust them to have done it correctly. Do I trust them to have swabbed the flower pots? Not really.
What is most likely to touch? Door handles and things that are out of place. So yeah, that would be a very likely source for good DNA if they do indeed have any.
And there really are only certain people who should have their dirty little fingers on an older woman's door handles, you know. There are very specific people within her inner circle, and then there are people who absolutely should not have their hands on her back door handles. So, but that leads me to the question of the CSI efforts. Like, just as an look at you're an insider, but you're an outsider. You're a former Pima County deputy, but do you think the proper amount of CSI collection was done? Because originally it felt like 30 hours, man, it was done. That scene was released to the family, and then lo and behold, FBI shows up later. But do you think the right amount, enough was done to gather the things that I assume they gathered?
Ashley's reading my mind. That was my question. So let's see what he says.
It's so hard to say, and as armchair quarterback the next day, maybe they should have kept it longer. But I've said since day one, I've worked scenes where we've processed it, and then we leave, and you can only do what you know at that moment in time. You're not going to cut all these walls down and things like that. So it's so hard to say on the timeline. Do I think they did a good job when they were there, knowing the detectives and the forensic folks who were there? Absolutely, they did their job. That doesn't mean that they could have overlooked something, because that happens. And when you do that, you go back and you try and right that ship. That's one of those things where it's easy to arm.
It's a good question by Sikorsky. Jared Mello, what is the thing that you keep on your ear? Well, it's my magic wand. See? Shadow likes it too. It's a reminder to myself and others that the little things in life matter, to keep a little bit of magic in each day, and a reminder that if you can't do the little things right, you're not going to be able to do the big things right. So I also like just being responsible for it too. I've got 5 or 6 of them, and I keep them around, and I make sure I have them. It's just like a little thing to keep things special. But good question.
Chair quarterback and say you should have held this for months and months and months. Like, we should still have it as a scene, but there's a reasonableness factor that goes into all of these things. What does the family want? What are the people who have standing to the house? They have a right to their house back once the crime scene is processed, and once you kind of looked at everything and done it as much as you can do, you can't really just sit there and hold on to it. So it's a long way of saying it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Savannah came back to the home, and I assume that her siblings did as well at some point. But I just wondered, from a police perspective, it's not the job of the sheriffs, it's not the job of the police to clean up a crime scene. It's a horrible thing, but it is the job of, calling there are services, there are literally services that do this.
Yes.
And I don't know, I never saw that kind of a van show up. It doesn't mean it didn't. But when Savannah came back through the home, do you think that blood still would have been in that front foyer that my source has told me was there inside the house? Or do you think that the police may have put a cover over it so that she could walk through the home without seeing that? Like, what is the protocol in that?
I would imagine, because I don't know when the first day Savannah was back at the house was, but my guess would be that the local family would have already been through there relatively quick. I would have, if I were running this type of call, I would have wanted them there as quickly as possible to be inside that house to tell me, hey, does anything look out of place? What's going on that's not normal to this house? So whether that's one of the other siblings or son-in-law or whoever, but someone who has an intimate knowledge of the house. Going back to the other question, probably, unless the family cleaned it up once it was initially turned back to them. And from what I saw from the video and some of the still photos, there wasn't a lot of blood. At least what law enforcement considers a significant amount of blood, some drops here and there, easily wiped up with a paper towel and some bleach or however you're going to do it. But yeah, unfortunately, and that's some of the hardest things as cops you have to do. It's like, all right, we've done our job. Good luck with the rest of this. And typically we'll pass on information for services and things like that, but that's part of that side of the job that nobody ever thinks about. Who's going to clean this mess up? And like you said, there are services out there. So was it probably still there? Unless the family cleaned it up, yes, it was probably still there.
And I'll bet you, Bob, honestly, the media was there instantly. Like on Monday, Sheriff Nanos had a news conference because it was such a big story. 24 hours after it had happened, it was a very big story. And I don't think anybody noticed or was able to identify that family members had come that next day to clean up. And probably the opposite. We saw no family members for weeks because they were in hiding. I mean, they had, Savannah talked about it. They got a couple of places that they moved between, and they said the media was closing in, so they stayed away. Right. So I just wonder if on that day, weeks later, that would have been such a difficult thing. Would the police have been involved in mitigating how awful that was, or would that have really been up to them to sort of deal with what the crime scene presented?
You'd tell them what they were walking into. You wouldn't want them to walk into something blind. And again, if there's the amount of blood at the front area, whether it's inside or outside, wasn't a lot. And that's why I still would guess that the family probably would have done some cleanup, at least on the inside, especially if they were there within those first hours before any news conference even happened. Now, again, if it was a crime scene, the investigators, I would hope, would not have let them clean anything up until it was turned back over to them. But in that first 30 hours, right after that, But I personally, if I were passing on the information, I would absolutely tell them. And that's usually when the conversation would happen. Well, what can we do about that? And here are some resources for you to try and, so no family should have to clean up a scene, period. And it's unfortunate that, law enforcement, fire, it's just not part of what we do. So there are these folks who do it. And, that's why we can kind of help and guide in that area.
Yeah. Well, by the time the white tent went up at the outside of the front door, I don't know if the blood was cleaned off. And those are tiles, they're sort of porous. There may have still been evidence of it. It's maybe really hard to clean. And I don't know, again, we didn't see any cleaning services show up. And there was live streamers that were trained on 24/7. So it would be pretty surprising if that was missed. Not to say it might not be, but it would be a bit surprising. I wanted to ask you about the searching, because look, a lot of people, in Savannah included, are almost bracing for the news that maybe Mrs. Guthrie did not survive this, right? And yet that would tell you that there may be a body somewhere. So do you have any any idea why the sheriff would rebuff the efforts of the Cajun Navy, well-respected group that's been around since Katrina at the least, offering free services to come and help look? There were others that did as well. Any idea why, and whether that was a bad idea or were there redeeming reasons why?
Those are one of those questions. Pima County is so vast. Do they need to probably walk through her neighborhood yard to yard? No. And quite honestly, unless they're going to front doors and knocking on people's yards, hey, can I go in your backyard and look? There's no real, like you said, redeeming quality to that. There were air searches done, granted a little bit later than they should have been done. We won't talk about that. But those resources were up. I know when those resources were starting to be discussed, it was a week or so later. At that point, I don't see any reason why not to let them do it. Other than making sure that they know where they can and can't go legally. Because again, this is the Old West, and there are people who don't want anyone walking through their property, and they might encounter someone with a gun or dogs or things like that. Now, that being said, if these folks are doing it, they're going to do it the right way. They're not going to kick in doors and fences and things like that. They're probably going to knock on doors. But I do know that the investigators did a thorough search of the area those first couple days.
But it's a vast desert, right? That's not yards. It's not private property. No. I would think that they should welcome anybody that might want to bring their resources. Some of these guys are former law enforcement. Some of them have ATVs. Many of them bring their boats when they're, coming to terrain that requires boats.
Right.
That's why they're called the Cajun Navy. It just feels to me like that's still something that could be done. That's still,
especially out in more of the outskirts areas. Absolutely. Let them go do it. There's no harm from them looking, as far as I would be concerned. So to answer the original question, any redeeming qualities to have them not do it? I don't think so. I think, 1,000 sets of eyes looking for her are better than 50 sets of eyes looking for her.
Hey, spring cleaning season is here, and most people forget the most important place to start is actually your pantry. Take a look at a typical bag of chips, and you're going to see to claim your Delicioso offer. You mentioned something about the air search, and I could hear it in your voice. Talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. What are your thoughts?
Well, it just goes back to some of the things that
And so, by the way, like the houses are kind of a little bit further apart, but it depends, right? It's a weird layout of the area. So I'm looking to see another sky view of the area now.
Sheriff has done previous before any of this happened. The same reason why there were less experienced investigators in the homicide unit because he chose to move investigators out who were experienced. He and his crew chose to remove a pilot from the air unit who was supposed to work that day because of some issues that arose, some discipline issues. And in a vacuum, hey, you've got to be a good employee, right? But if you're only not a good employee because you talk kind of grumpy to people or, you're kind of short with them, that's just how a lot of cops are and a lot of people are in general. Mm-hmm. Being a pilot is completely different than being not just from being a patrol deputy. That is a skill that we have literally spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get you to a point to where that asset, and I will tell you this, that airplane that we have, the airplanes that we have are the two most important resources within our agency. Life-saving resources for their technology, for their ability to find things on the ground. They're more important than a SWAT team. They're more important than a homicide investigator in the moment. And to have that shelved for even a couple hours because I'm mad at you, that's an unfortunate decision. And that's
how many hours are we talking? Hours or days?
I heard it was just a few. I heard it was like 3 or 4 hours before at least the helicopter was up. But the helicopter in searching this type of thing, yes, it's a better platform than nothing, but it's still not nearly as good as that. I don't know the exact time frame when the airplane actually got off the ground, but I do know it was several hours.
Wow. Nano said, let's see, Monday, which was 24 to 30 hours. I think when he gave his news conference, around 30 hours after Mrs. Guthrie disappeared. He said, we threw everything at this. We threw our air resources, dogs, we threw our people, and now we're kind of calling off the search. And I thought, hang on, isn't this when you really start?
Well, when you think about that, the search is going to go so far out. There's a science to searching for missing people, searching for lost hikers, all of that stuff. Pima County is the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. So, you're not going to search every inch of Pima County. It's just the nature of the beast. Nobody has those amount of resources. You're going to search a reasonable area based on the information that you have. And I would hope that he was reaching out to his search and rescue supervisors, because they are the ones who are experts at searching. They know how far to go, reasonableness. Hopefully they're working traffic cameras, which there aren't a lot of, but all the resources that they're using, the Nest cams from neighbors and things like that. Because again, you have to be looking for something, and at some point you do have to say, all right, we've done everything. Now, could we search every inch in a grid search? Yes, it's going to take hundreds of years probably to do all of Pima County. So again, that's one of those armchair quarterbacking decisions. We've done this before. The Sheriff's Department has done this before. This isn't the first time a person has gone missing, and they are the experts between search and rescue and the investigators. They know what to do. And so they're talking and making these decisions as a group, I would hope.
Well, Pima County's big, and yet, gosh, I don't know how many weeks ago it was. I had a law enforcement source who told me that the search for Nancy extended into a neighboring county with the signal sniffer. Did you hear much about the success or the frustrations with that?
I heard about it. I don't know the all on details of the sniffer. I've talked to some of the folks who worked with it, so I'm familiar with it. I know that there was a search done at the landfill by a device or an airplane out of Ryan Field, which is on the western suburbs of Pima County. And because I saw its flight pattern and all that, clearly it was searching for that. It wouldn't just go over a landfill for any other.
So as I'm looking at a sky map here, that was like a couple 100 feet apart, but easily not so far that you wouldn't be able to hear a dog barking. But it doesn't matter now. Unless they have cameras that can see something, that's really the only thing that would matter now. Now that it's too late, that's the only thing you can do now.
Reason.
And yet the sheriff said it didn't have anything to do with law enforcement.
I find that hard to believe. The timing and that you're not doing a LiDAR search of a landfill for any other reason. And I'm not saying they were LiDAR. If I were a betting man, they were sniffing, because that was when it was very hot on the possibility that they could still get a signal from a pacemaker.
Well, that pacemaker will continue to emit signals for years.
Yes.
So do you think that they'll continue to use that LiDAR effort, and or is that kind of like one and done?
They will, if they get something to go on, again, because not knowing, my guess is if it's off a Bluetooth signal, that's a much shorter area. You have to be within a certain distance of the ground, I could imagine.
Like 800 feet. That's what many of the tech experts, the guy behind it.
Yeah, that's longer than I would have.
800 to 1,000.
Yeah, that's much more than I would have thought. So it's still viable, but again, how do you do it? Resource management, and one thing I've brought up with some other folks, there's still a budget associated with this, and it's horrible to say, but the Sheriff's Department, the FBI, they are a business, not a business, but you know what I mean? They've got
limited resources. They've got limited resources.
Exactly. So, would I love to be able to fly a drone all over every inch of Pima County for the next however many hours, days, months, weeks it would take to see if we could find it? Yes. Is that practical? It's really not. So again, it's a balancing act.
It's like I keep thinking about when I covered the missing MH370 in the Indian Ocean, and I remember it's smaller than a needle in a haystack, and it was just so frustrating. To that end, do you have any idea about the task force? Like, when does that start to draw down as well? Because it 400 officers drew down to a task force. When does that start to draw down?
I think that'll stay in play for quite a while, because if you look at what they're doing now, they're following up on leads. If the number that was thrown out there early on was 40,000 leads in the first couple of weeks, it would take months and months to go through that amount of leads. So what they're doing now is probably just that, following up on those, going back out, knocking on doors of folks who might not have been in town, who might not even know this is going on because they don't follow the media for whatever reasons. So I do think that task force will stay in play for a while. You're not going to put a task force together, and it's only been a week or two now that the task force, maybe 3, has been in.
I mean, and by the way, folks, Nancy Guthrie could be hundreds, thousands of miles away. The perpetrators could be hundreds, thousands of miles away. It's tough at this point. What do you think of the chances the perpetrator is still there, like in the area? That would be pretty ballsy, right? Even though I have said I think it's very well could be connected to the family somehow. I don't know how exactly, but I also wouldn't think they would stick around either. And so anyone who's sticking around there that was involved, that would be pretty ballsy of them, if you ask me.
Place. That's going to go on probably until this case becomes cold. And it doesn't become cold until everything has been exhausted. And there's a lot to exhaust in this case.
So what's your definition of, my definition of a while is it's 3 hours till dinner. What's your definition of a while?
For a case like this, years maybe, quite honestly. It's until you don't have anything left. That's, homicide cases that go cold, they go cold after years. It's not a couple days, it's not a couple weeks, it's not a couple months. And I think with society being, hey, we need something right now because of our 24-hour news cycles and immediate access to everything, folks just don't understand that. This concerning is not a word. This is not surprising to me. This is just how cases work. We're only 50, people say we're 50 days into it or however many it is, 60 days. And I'm like, we're only 60 days into
58,
this. Yeah. We're only 58 days into this. That's just the tip. That's not the tip of the iceberg. This is going to go on unless there's a huge break. Like you said, honor amongst thieves. I do think there's a good possibility that someone is going to say something eventually because money talks, or they're going to find something or a video or something is going to pop up. And that might not be for a week or a month or a year or 2 years or 3 years.
Someone took someone's car and borrowed it and it was annoying and didn't ask and then brought it back, or stole a car and returned it in a weird way and you didn't even know, but you didn't think you parked that way on February 1st, or an ex-girlfriend. She may have not have been an ex-girlfriend that night, but she may be an ex-girlfriend in 2, 6, 8 months. That's usually what you guys are, right? You go lick your chops thinking, just wait, someone's going to get pissed off at this guy.
And that's usually here's the secret sauce. Most bad guys tell on bad guys. That's how 80% of good crimes are solved. It's someone telling on their friend or their cellmate or something because they got drunk or they got high and they said something that they probably shouldn't have. And
a slip up, I think, is more possible than someone ratting them out. You rat them out, you can be dead because you rat somebody out. What does that person have to lose now? Are they going to chance going to trial to try to get a defendant to get them off? Or are they going to say, screw this guy, ratting on me, screw him?
It's the little crack in the dam that we need. And it happens all the time.
But sometimes it takes a while, right? And also the bad guys who do this, how often, they're not professional secret keepers. How often do they eventually let on, like their conscience or whatever it is that's on their shoulders finally lets the floodgates open?
That's hard to put a number on, but it's high, and I wouldn't call it conscience or guilt. It's, it's bragging. Hey, I got away with this. And, you'd be surprised how many times they tell someone they've known for 2 hours because they just became cellmates at the jail or the prison. And that's where it happens. Like, dude, you've known him for a day and you're giving up your deepest secrets. And he's going to tell someone so he can get more day room or, a better location, whatever it might be.
What about confidential sources out there? I know how it works out there. I know the gang units, how they work.
Snow Baby asks a very good question. I wonder if they kept the trophy. Serial killers would do such a thing, right? So I guess it depends what kinds of criminals they were. Or they organized crime, more serial killers. I don't know. If they were more serial killers, yeah, they do keep a lot of trophies. And often they would want to come back to the scene of the crime. And they would also be watching all of this content about it too. You better believe if the BTK killer had this at his disposal, he he would probably be watching this every night. He'd probably be a commenter in the live chat, acting like he had no idea.
Do you suspect that's a really big part right now of this investigation, is getting out to all the confidential sources that the police use, offering all sorts of incentives to say, look, you guys talk. Somebody's going to make a whole bunch of money out there if you guys find this guy. Is that part of this? Is it a big part of it?
I don't think it's a big part of it. That's more TV stuff. That's TV and movie, quite honestly.
Hang on a second. I am a fill-in host for Dan Abrams on Patrol Live, and sitting next to me is Styx, Sean Styx Larkin, and was in the Tulsa gang unit for a long time, so he was constantly working sources like that, right? So it's TV, yes, but it's also real.
It is. It's more real back in the day. It's weird to say that, but years ago, it's far more practical than it is today. Not to say it doesn't happen, because I worked the task force. One of my last assignments was a Counter Narcotics Alliance, and I do know that they had their sources. So people still do work them, but it's not as active or as glamorous as it might be. That being said, if I knew a bad guy or I talked to bad guys, because there are bad guys who like to give up information for perks, yes, I would be working every single person that I knew.
And let me ask you, Bob, there's a hell of a perk that's not normal to most cases, and that is the $1 million reward that Savannah Guthrie has put up. Absolutely. Is that almost like manna from heaven for investigators who do work with confidential sources to go out there with that, to say, guess what?
Yeah.
It's not just the police reward we're going to give you. It's that big $1 million lottery ticket you're going to get.
It's huge. When the family put that out, I remember saying that day, I'm like, I think this will be a factor into whenever someone decides to give it up. That's going to be a factor. And again, it might not be right away because that pissed off girlfriend is going to happen eventually.
But cops will use it, right? Like cops will be able to actually go underground and use that and dangle that out in front of people. All the confidential
I've got
sources.
this carrot for you. It's not the typical. What I think it started at $500. 88 Crime was offering $500 for information. That's typically where it starts. You're looking at $1 million+ that's going to ring true to somebody eventually.
Yeah, especially if this guy eventually decides to brag. Although this guy probably knows there's $1 million ticket on his head as well. So maybe he won't have that bravado for a lot longer. What's your theory of what happened to Nancy in that home and then afterward?
I think whoever went there with a reason, whatever that reason was. It's hard to say, but I don't think this was any type of random act. I think there were multiple people involved. I think they went there with the goal to take her and get money out of it. I do just for
to take her, yes. To get money out of it, no. I've always said I think this is a hit. I don't think it was for ransom. It just because why do I not think it was for ransom? There's just so many other ways to try to get money than to do this. Why would you do such a high risk thing in the middle of the night for money when there's so many other ways to do it? Like, seriously. It just doesn't add up to me. So I think it was a hit, and I think it was a hit to get punishment or revenge on Savannah Guthrie. Why? Maybe they were envious. Maybe it was because of her husband. Maybe it was because of politics. Maybe it was because they saw the relationship between Nancy and Savannah, and they said, yeah, screw this. I don't like this. I'm envious of this. Could be any of those, if you ask me. But please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Leave your DNA on that like button. Likes help Shadow the Night Owl here get his hootie snacks. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and come say hello to the flock of the black sheep in the live chat. We have a great group here.
The way they were dressed and the gloves and the mask and all of that. That's not
dressed like Bobbsey twins?
I don't think they were dressed like Tim's. I think there was a guy sitting in a car or more than one guy sitting in a car, just like you and I look right now. No
So the
mask
guy on camera is the same guy, whether he's got the backpack and gun or whether he's not got the backpack and the gun. It's the same guy.
Probably, yeah. It at least appears that way. I won't say it is, but it appears that the stature and everything looks similar. And I think that was their plan. And I do think something happened during the course of it, whether it was inside the house, whether it was once they got outside the house or left. And I do think whatever happened was probably tragic. And I think that changed their plan. And so far, once that changed, I think that's why it's been so quiet.
But Bob, why TMZ? Let's just say that the plan didn't go well. Why would they then make it as big as they could? TMZ and television stations. Why wouldn't they just seek out that communication, get it to the family, and say, "This is what I have. This is what I want"?
Because that's the nature of someone who's in their early 20s or younger generations. They know TMZ. They probably know how to get in contact with TMZ better than they know how to make a phone call. So these are the little things. And I will tell you, I've heard stories about different ransom notes going to different places. I don't think necessarily I know there was also someone in Tucson who was arrested for making a false accusation of some sort. I think
California. California.
Yeah.
And brought to Arizona to face federal charges for it.
Right. So, and I think that was, especially as it went on with TMZ, my gut is those probably weren't related. Now they could have been. Again, it's just a gut, but that was put out there because they also, whoever was feeding TMZ, they wanted to, hey, look, we caused that. It's like these gamers who have these swatting incidents. Why do they do that? Why does anyone do anything like that? They get to sit at home in their lazy boy and chuckle a little bit and say, look, I got them to go off track for an hour or 2 hours or 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. Do you think that any of the ransom overtures were real?
It's hard to say. I've heard things about the early ones that would make me think that yes, they probably were, but then again, there's all.
I never thought they were real. I don't know what Savannah Guthrie saw to make her think they were, but I don't think they were real because I just don't think the whole thing was for a ransom. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like I said, of all the ways to get money, you're going to choose to abduct an 84-year-old woman to do it? I mean, wouldn't you be like, why abduct anyone for the ransom? There's so many better ways to get money. That's why I think the terror, the punishment, the revenge factor is a big one in this case. That's just my gut feeling.
Also, the thinking that it could have been just, it's like a psychic. If you say the right things in the right order, you don't need to be a genius to be a psychic. You just know how to play that game. So it's so difficult to say. Do I think that this started and ransom was going to be part of it? Yes. Do I think the ransom notes were connected? That's harder to say.
And that maybe it's just a bizarre coincidence that the person or persons who took Nancy planned to try to make money off her, realized that something went sideways and they couldn't. And then bad actors glommed on and took advantage of a situation and, lo and behold, sent ransom requests.
Yep. I think that's actually more probable than not, that exact scenario. Because that's just, unfortunately, it only takes one person, I'm not saying everybody's horrible person. It just takes one person to sit at home and, spoof their IP address and send these. It looks like it's coming from the Ukraine or wherever.
Do you have confidence that this will be solved?
I do. And again, this is the cop-out answer. It's just a matter of when. It might be years, but it will be solved. Some piece of evidence, some piece of information is going to put the investigators on the right track. Unabomber took years. People have to realize that a lot of times these just take a long, long time to solve.
God, for the Guthrie's sake, I sure hope that it's going to be shorter rather than longer, because it is excruciating not knowing.
I could not imagine being in their position. It doesn't matter how famous you are, what you do for a living. And I've dealt with families who go through similar things all the time. And not knowing is probably at this point worse than knowing what happened.
Yeah, that's the problem. And you could see it in Savannah's face and her voice, in everything she said, just the utter agony, as she said, that they're going through. Bob, thank you so much. I really appreciate you helping me sort of navigate through a lot of the stuff that I've been learning. It's every time I learn a new piece of the puzzle, I start over with what I think happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for having me. Hopefully the investigators keep following up on every tip, and for the Guthrie and their family's sake, hopefully this gets solved, like you said, sooner rather than later.
Subscribe. It's right here, and it's free, and it's easy, and it's cheap.
No closing on that video. Interesting. Well, folks, as they say on Looney Tunes, that's all, folks. The guy who voiced all those characters, that's what he put on his tombstone too, which I thought was pretty cool. That's all, folks. So I'll tell you what. They've gotten a couple videos out of Savannah Guthrie's interviews here, saying the doors were propped open. But there really isn't too much new going on. I don't know what Brian's going to figure out there. I do trust he'll talk to somebody while he's there. He's going to talk to someone. He's going to interview people. Maybe he'll interview Sergeant Cross. Maybe he'll interview former Undersheriff Rick Castiger. Maybe he'll talk to the DNA person again. Maybe he'll talk to Cece. He'll talk to somebody, but we'll have to keep our eyes open for other things to discuss. Seems like other people don't like... I did well on the Duggar stuff, but YouTube does not like Duggar, by the way, unfortunately. Yes, you have a great night, Corey. Mr. Rooster. Thank you, Rooster, for popping back on. Lauren, thanks for being here. Sikorsky, thanks for being here. Randizzle, Randy. What a hell of a name. Have a great night, Laura. Everyone should check out Anxiety Art Adventures channel. And Livin, even though she was only here for about 10 minutes, you should check out her podcast, Lakes, Boats, and Bridges. Who else? Christy. Sweet Caroline, thank you very much as always. I guess Kat dipped out of here, and maybe Danielle dipped out of here. Heather, thanks for being here. Yes, Lindsay, thank you. Snow Baby, glad you were here as well. Joe, Bella. Livin is going to be fired soon. She deserves a stern talking to, I think, Rooster. And I even made up with Annie, A&I, Stealth, after I yelled at him or her, and he sent me a $2 super chat. So we buried the hatchet, as they say. Autumn, thanks for being here as well. Teresa, same to you. D, thanks for being here. Mike, thanks for being here as well. I appreciate you all. And Midnight, that is a great username for our chat. Absolutely. Joe, you have a great night too. So you see, folks, you saw me go on a bit of a rant, but I can forgive too when things get amended. So, but all right. As I always say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Sounds good, Christy. You can stay on the channel, just not in the live chat. Shadow says goodbye to you all too. He's going to enjoy his Hootie snacks tonight. Usually large, D. Have a great night, Reggie. Thanks for becoming a member. Dana, you have a great night too. Bella, the resident surgical nurse of the chat. No some days, no Reagan tonight, by the way. Yes, large, D. You got it, Lauren. I will see you all, not tomorrow night. I probably will not be live tomorrow night. I have an interview to do. So Wednesday night. You got it, D. You guys have a great night.